Welcome to the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show presented by Age Rejuvenation. We're live here at Walk-Ons in Midtown Tampa for a big game as these Tampa Bay Buccaneers are still leading the NFC South. I'm Scott Reynolds. Alongside me from Pewter Report is Bailey Adams. Bailey, this seems to be a division nobody wants to win, right? This is crazy. The Atlanta Falcons lost yesterday to the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Buccaneers, win or lose tonight against the New Orleans Saints, will still be in first place in the NFC South, believe it or not. But a win tonight gets some separation between not only them and the Falcons, but also the New Orleans Saints, who are at 4-8 right now.
I think this might be the saddest big game ever. Yes. It might really be. It's 4-8 versus 5-6, but big implications on the playoffs.
Yeah.
Who's going to host the playoff game come January? So.
Yep. Well, like I said, we've got a big show tonight. Kickoff is about less than 2 hours away, and we're here at the Walk-Ons in Midtown. Listen, it's a fantastic atmosphere. It's great to come and watch the games. It's also great to come by and pre-party. We're at the Midtown location right now, 1140 Gramercy Lane here in Tampa, just minutes from Raymond James Stadium. We'll be at the Wesley Chapel location next week when the Buccaneers take on the 49ers in another big game. And that's going to take place. That live show is going to start at 2:30 in Wesley Chapel. The live in-game analysis that you know is Pewter GameDay kicks off at 4:25. Folks, at Walk-Ons, they've got great food. They've got great drink specials, TVs galore. Here are a couple of the drink specials they have going on for tonight and also for every Buccaneer game day. The Miller Lite pints for $3.99, 22-ounce pours, $5.49. Blue Moon pints for $5 and 22-ounce pours for $7. Stay tuned for Pewter Game Day tonight coming up. Around 7:40, Matt Matera and Adam Slivon are going to be joining us, and they're going to be kicking things off till the live in-game show. That's going to be at 8:15 when the Bucs host the New Orleans Saints. Well, let's go ahead and talk about the injuries for tonight's game. A lot of interesting news on both sides, Bailey, for the Buccaneers and for the Saints. Let's start with the Buccaneers. They got some good news in the secondary.
Starting in the secondary, Logan Ryan has been activated from injured reserve. His window opened this past week. He's been practicing. Todd Bowles had said on Friday that he didn't really have any setbacks, and it looked pretty good for him to play against the Saints, and they need him. So they've activated him this afternoon. And that's good news because there's the question, and they actually both coming in doubtful, is Antoine Winfield Jr. and Mike Edwards, both doubtful for the game.
Yeah.
So Logan Ryan being back at the perfect time. I mean, it would be nice to have all of them back in the same secondary, but it looks like that's not going to happen for at least another week. But having Logan Ryan back is huge. You'll probably see him start the game back there at safety. Well, that's the big news.
And I tell you what, you're talking about a guy, Logan Ryan. The first 3 games he played in, he accounted for 3 takeaways. The Buccaneers have been starved for takeaways this year. They got him in bunches against New Orleans the first time. They had 5, a season high. They're going to be having to probably get maybe not 5, but at least more than 1 that they have been getting the last couple games against the Saints tonight if they're going to win. Let's switch things now to the New Orleans Saints. Marshawn Lattimore not going to play tonight.
Right.
Mike Evans probably has to like that to a degree, right?
Yeah.
At least there's not going to be any punches thrown.
As long as he doesn't go find him on the sideline or anything, as long as there's nothing like that. But yes, I know a lot of that was, billing this as round 2 between those guys, but Marshawn Lattimore out. The Saints have quite a few guys on their defense out. Safety JT Gray and another safety PJ Williams, they're both out.
Yeah. And
then tight end Jawan Johnson and defensive end Peyton Turner both out. Some other guys coming in questionable. Bradley Roby has come back from a concussion. Kentavia Street has been dealing with an illness. There's been a few guys actually dealing with an illness this week. Kentavia Street, wide receiver Kevin White, and Malcolm Roach, all guys questionable. Been dealing with an illness throughout the week. But it's shaping up to be quite the interesting guys missing on both sides and some guys coming back on both sides.
Well, yeah, and the secondaries for both these teams are going to be tested due to injury. It's interesting. No P.J. Williams. Chris Godwin did not play in week 2 against the Saints. Missed that game. P.J. Williams, if you remember, he's the guy that went low and almost a year ago took out Chris Godwin's knee, and it's been a long road back, but we saw Chris Godwin really kind of step up the last couple games, get a couple touchdowns. We'll talk more about Chris Godwin in just a minute. As you know, the Pewter Report podcast and the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate show are presented by Celsius, the official energy drink of Pewter Report. Folks, if you have not been drinking Celsius, what are you doing? It's the best energy drink on the market, and here's why. 7 essential vitamins, no preservatives, and no sugar. What does that mean? That means no sugar crash later on. Get all the energy that you need in Celsius with great flavors. The new flavor, Arctic Vibe, it joins Tropical Vibe and Peach Vibe, but you're going to get all the energy you need with the great taste without the sugar crash because there's no sugar. Here's how you find out about Celsius. If you want to grab a can and you're not sure where to find them, go to Celsius.com, click on the store locator, punch in your address, and you'll find bodegas, as Matt Matera would say, convenience stores, health and fitness stores, grocery stores, all sorts of places you can grab a couple cans and try the amazing flavors of Celsius. Once you find the ones you like, go to Amazon, buy them in bulk, and do the subscribe and save. You'll save some money, they'll ship them right to your door, and you'll have Celsius power your active life every day. I've used Celsius in the mornings. It also before my workouts, it's replaced coffee. It's the official energy drink of Pewter Report. Make sure you grab a Celsius.
We got the peach mango green tea right here.
That's right. That's a fantastic flavor.
It's going to get me through the night, I think. So I'll definitely need that with the late night tonight. But reminder, we're here at Walk-Ons in Midtown Tampa, where we have Celsius and some free samples, enjoying some great Walk-Ons food as always. So you can come enjoy, as Scott said, come enjoy their game day specials. Some Miller Lite pints for $3.99 and 22 ounces for $5.49. Some Blue Moon pints for $5 and 22 ounces for $7. And again, we'll be back at Walk-Ons in Wesley Chapel for next week's Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show, presented by Age Rejuvenation at 2:30. And that'll be leading up to that big game against the 49ers.
As we talked about at the top of the show, John Gilmore is going to be joining us right now about, John, we've seen some big games. You've played in some big games, right? This seems like every game when you're the Tampa Bay Buccaneers is a big game because they don't win enough games to be able to breathe easy, right? They're always in this uphill climb this season. John Gilmore joins us here live at the Midtown location of Walk-Ons. And John, tonight, this could be a game where, thanks to the Atlanta Falcons losing yesterday, the Buccaneers might be able to get not only back to 500, but they also might be able to get a little bit of breathing room in the NFC South, which is something they have not enjoyed all year.
Yeah, look, if we would have had this conversation months ago, Scott, I would have said you're crazy, man. Not at 500, sitting top of the division with a chance with some breathing room.
Yeah.
It doesn't even make sense to me at 5-7. But look, man, it's interesting. We really haven't gotten in our groove yet. I think you would agree with me on that.
Yeah.
You never know what team you're going to get. I think this is going to be an interesting game versus two teams that are really struggling right now, especially on the offensive side of the ball. And again, they just haven't really clicked, especially offensively. I know Byron Leftwich has caught a lot of criticism for his play calling.
Yeah.
I think it's more of a situational case for me. I don't have a problem with the play calling at times. I just think we get in certain situations and I start scratching my head. Obviously, there were some controversial things that happened last week in the use of our timeouts and the clock management there at the end of the game. But, we haven't really turned that corner, man, and really seen the Bucs that we're accustomed to seeing.
That's right. Then the point production hasn't been there. The interesting thing about tonight's game, this could be a double whammy for the Buccaneers, right? Because you're looking at the opportunity for the Buccaneers to get a win, and it bumps them up a little bit. It knocks the Saints down a peg, but then it's the exact same opposite. If the New Orleans Saints win, they get elevated. They're back in the NFC South playoff hunt for the division title, and it knocks the Buccaneers down. So this is a game that both teams at this point of the season, we're playing December football, both teams have got to have this.
No, absolutely. It's anybody's division at this point. Who thought we'd be saying that at this time of year? Like, literally anybody's division. I think we're all counting out the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah.
Call it spade
and
a spade.
at 3-1, they've got the best record in the division. They just need a couple more wins, period, and then all of a sudden they're back in it.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah.
It's really crazy. So it's anybody's game. It's what makes football exciting in December. I think right now in the NFC South, we wouldn't have predicted the type of success that any of these teams aren't seeing.
Yeah.
It's anybody's game, and it's really kind of the laughing stock around the NFL. We're not going to get any wild cards out of the NFC South. Right now that the Buccaneers at 5-7,
yep.
5-7, sitting at 5-7, and we're the 4th seed right now in NFC. It doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't make a lot of sense. But what does make sense? John and Bailey's analysis, they're going to be talking about when the Bucs have the ball on offense, what has to happen tonight. Keep in mind, no Tristan Wirfs. I don't know we want to see a lot of that guy, Cam Brate, but maybe a little Cade Otton would be nice. We didn't see enough of him last week.
Cade Otton, man.
Yeah.
Rocking those 8s. That 88 is something special
there you
to
go.
me, man. Anthony Beck and yours truly. Wearing those 88s. What's up, Bailey?
What's going on,
my
John?
friend?
It's been a long time.
Long time.
Since I think maybe week 6, week 7, something like that.
I haven't even caught up after the holiday, man. Everything was good?
Everything was good. You had a good Thanksgiving?
And I can't complain. My favorite holiday.
That's nice. Like Scott said, we might not see much of Cam Brate tonight. We won't see any of Cam Brate tonight. The inactives are out now, and Cam Brate is inactive, along with Tristan Wirfs, Mike Edwards, Antoine Winfield Jr., of course, Kyle Trask as usual. So no Cam Brate, maybe see some Cade Otton. So again, we'll talk about what will happen what to watch out for when the Bucs have the ball. And of course, when they have the ball, it's always going to start with Tom Brady. And a lot of it this week has to do with his offensive line, because that offensive line at this point is kind of a patchwork offensive line. I mean, if you go back to the beginning of the year, having lost Ryan Jensen, they bring in Robert Hainsey to start at center. And then you've got, for the first 7 weeks, Luke Gedeke at left guard. Now it's been Nick Leverett, who's been playing pretty well. Donovan Smith's kind of been up and down, hasn't been having his best season at left tackle. And now on the right side, Shaq Mason's been holding down a right guard. On the right tackle, Tristan Wirfs has been that guy that you don't have to worry about at any point. Byron Leftwich said it this week. He said, Tristan's a guy you throw out there, don't have to think about it. He's going to take care of his matchup. They're going to be without him, and it'll be likely Josh Wells stepping in. So, what do you think of this offensive line protecting Tom Brady, especially against this New Orleans defensive front?
We already know what this defensive front looks like, Bailey. I don't need to go into that, but I'm sure we will here shortly. Tristan Wirfs, man, he's one of those guys, to your point, you can just count on him. You didn't have to worry about that guy. He's a guy that anchors that right side of the offensive line. Donovan Smith historically has been inconsistent. He struggled with Myles Garrett last week. Myles Garrett had some of the highest pressures that he's seen this season.
Yeah.
And you saw it, man, with the 3 sacks that they had. So, I think this is the type of game versus the guys we're going to see on the defensive side of the ball. Cam Jordan, obviously, being their sack specialist. Carl Grandison, who he's had a very good year so far this year. And obviously Marcus Davenport. Those are the bookend defensive ends that we're going to see this week. They know them well. That's a plus. This isn't the first time Josh Wells has had to see these guys in live action. So that's a plus. But look, man, I just can't help but to think that this game, unlike some of the games we've seen so far this year with the absence of Tristan Wirfs, you're going to see Tom Brady. You're going to see him moving around that pocket a little bit more than we're accustomed to seeing.
Yeah, and I think even sometimes at their healthiest and at their best, this Bucs offensive line has struggled with the Saints front. So definitely a tough matchup. And a lot of what it impacts is maybe Brady moving around in the pocket, but he also is getting rid of the ball. I think he always has gotten rid of the ball really quickly, but at an even higher rate, even quicker this year because of that pressure, especially up the middle. So how do you think that's kind of going to impact they can't really throw the ball down the field that much if they're going to be, if he's got to get the ball out quick and he's going to feel that pressure. So, how do you think that'll affect the flow of the game?
Well, look, last week we averaged under 6 yards a pass. We had to get it out quick, and we weren't pushing it deep. We didn't have those big splash plays last week that we would have hoped for, especially with a healthy Julio Jones, man. It's nice having him in the mix. Yeah. You can see what he brings to the table. But these guys, it's all about managing the clock. Time of possession was an issue for the Bucs last week. When you have a guy like Tom Brady at the helm, you would hope that he's a guy that can manage the time of possession, move the chains. We were terrible on 3rd down last week. It's kind of been that case so far this year. We were actually pretty good in the red zone, which was nice to see. But these guys got to get in the rhythm, move the chains. Obviously, everybody's on Byron Leftwich for the first down run calls. It's become very predictable. He also is splashing in some play action. It's all situational football, like I talked about with Scott. But these guys got to move the chains, Bailey, and they got to keep the clock rolling, keep our defense on the bench.
Yeah, and it starts with getting into those. And they were so bad last week on third down. It was a lot of them were 3rd and long, and they were struggling to get into 3rd and long. So if they can avoid those 3rd and longs on 1st and 2nd down, that would be big. One way maybe they can do that is some more Rashad White. I know. So Leonard Fournette looked like he's going to be back tonight. But Rachaad White, in both of the last two games the Bucs have had, has had a 20-plus yard run. Oh, yeah. And he's shown some of that explosiveness. So what kind of like diversity do you think we'll see in the backfield as far as splitting the carries between them two?
I don't know. That's a great question, man. I think Rachaad White has showed the Buccaneers brass a lot. He showed the fans a lot. He's a guy that early in the season we were high on, and we just weren't getting enough action out of Rachaad White, and just due to injury, now he had his chance, and he's shown it. He had some explosive plays the past 2 weeks.
Yeah.
The big one in Germany versus the Seahawks, and then he had a big 30-plus yard explosive play last week. He was targeted 9 times, and he had 9 receptions. He can catch the ball well out of the backfield. He's a guy that can do it all. You don't have to take him off the field on third down. So he's a young player. It'll be interesting to see how they utilize Leonard Fournette now that he's back in the mix and healthy. But I can't help but to think that Rachaad White's probably going to get the lion's share of those reps.
I would feel like that could be the case, and I know a lot of Bucs fans don't like to hear it, but I think in this game they might be running the ball a lot. And I think one of those things, we saw it a little bit in 2020 when Ronald Jones was at his best. It was, early on in the game we might see some more of Rachaad White, and then coming out of halftime, hopefully the Bucs will have a lead, and then they can just kind of wear down that defense with Leonard Fournette doing what he does best. So how they kind of split that up and go about that could be a big part of this game, especially with, like we mentioned, with the offensive line issues and, the question marks there of how long are they going to be able to hold off that front. If they can get the ball rolling on the ground, that might open some things up. So we'll see how that goes. But going over to the tight end position, like we mentioned, Cam Brate not being he's being inactive. And Cade Otton was a guy. Both of those guys were active last week. Cade Otton had 0 targets. Cam Brate had 5, 2 catches for 19 yards. And Byron Leftwich, when asked this week, I believe Scott asked him this week, why weren't we seeing some more of Cade Otton in that game, trying to get him the ball. And he said his number was called a few times and ball didn't get thrown his way. That's football. So, take that answer how you will. But you think, obviously, with Cam Brate out, how big of a role do you think Cade Otton's going to play tonight, especially the way he's been playing lately?
I love Cade Otton. I mean, he showed us a lot. He's very dynamic tight end. He gets after it in the run game, not afraid to put his face on people, gets his hands dirty. And obviously, he's a guy that can get open in space. I'm starting to like him better as a route runner than Gronkowski, believe it or not. I think Gronkowski just had a better feel for, he's a big body guy, tough to cover, had a feel for for the pass game, obviously spending so much time in the NFL, especially with Tom Brady. But the upside of Cade Otton is really good. I like it a lot. I like that tight end room. Cole Keith had a big touchdown last week on that
first
play
of his
action.
career.
Oh, I loved it, man. Little flat route, the play action, spider to banana.
Similar to that route that Cade Otton ran on the game-winning touchdown, I think, against the Rams back a couple weeks ago, kind of getting him out open in space, and he hits Cole Keith this time. So a little bit of a new wrinkle there.
Well, I believe it was after a big momentum. It was a big explosive play, first down, right? Yeah. Byron Leftwich calls it up. Right there on the fringe in the red zone, dialed it up, and once they got in that sniffing that end zone, you go to a guy like Cole Keith, right? They're expecting run. He plays that fullback, that sniffer formation, that sniffer position, and you just assume, all right, first down, here we go, dial it up. We're expecting a run, and you hit him in the flat for the touchdown.
Especially with Cole Keith in the game, you're kind of expecting that run. Like a big body guy, he's going to line up, he's going to put his face in there, open up a hole for someone. And then you're running play action. He's running out for the pass. He's got good hands. I know he didn't catch a lot in college, but he's got good hands. Not asked to do that a ton. So a good little bit there. But I think we will see a lot of Cade Otton tonight. I think we need to see a lot of Cade Otton. But as far as the receiving position goes, Chris Godwin's looking more like himself again. Had his first 100-yard game of the season last week. Has reached the end zone in each of the last 2 games after not scoring the first 9 games of the season. Mike Evans not going to be facing Marshawn Lattimore tonight. So we'll see what he can do with his matchup. But Julio Jones, the guy you mentioned earlier, having him back and in that number 3 receiver role, I mean, how important is it to have those 3 guys all humming? I know Mike Evans and Tom Brady haven't quite been on the same page the last couple of weeks, but having those 3 guys all raring to go against this team, how important is that?
It's very important. Even in the absence of Marshawn Lattimore, man, these guys have good DBs. Young, they're very young. The secondary's young. The safety, there's some age there, with Chris Harris and Tyrann Mathieu. But Alontae Taylor and Paulson Adebo. I mean, these guys are good. I mean, Alontae Taylor, he's a guy that they traded for in this, to bump up in the second round. They spent a second-round pick on that guy. He got hurt early in the season. Over the past couple days, you're starting to see what type of player he is, and he's not bad. When I go back and look at that game from last week, that Emerson-Mike Evans matchup, Mike Emerson won that matchup. We targeted Mike Evans, I believe, 9 times in that game. He only came away with 2 receptions. I think Emerson did a bang-up job. These guys are good, feisty receivers. They get after it. So to have that third receiver like a Julio Jones in the mix makes these guys very tough to match up with.
Absolutely, absolutely. We'll see a lot of that, I think, tonight. I want to remind you that the presenting sponsor of the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show is our good friends at Age Rejuvenation. We'll now have a word from Age Rejuvenation.
As we age, our hormones decrease, both for men and women.
I was tired all the time, had no sex drive.
I was groggy.
I felt like I was 80 years old because everything hurt.
I came to Age Rejuvenation because I was tired all the time.
Bioidentical hormones has really made such an impact in people's lives.
I actually enjoy shopping now.
Got all my energy back.
Mind is sharp.
I feel like I'm 18 again.
It was perfect for me.
Get with Age Rejuvenation. Do it now. Don't wait.
Call Age Rejuvenation today.
Guys, if you want to feel better, go to Age Rejuvenation. It's that simple. It really is. Lose weight, feel great, have better sex. You might have seen Age Rejuvenation as the new sponsor of my SR's Fab 5 column on Pewter Report this year. And, of course, they're the presenting sponsor of the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show live here at Walk-Ons. Well, I'm a new Age Rejuvenation customer, too. You know why? Because this guy right beside me, John Gilmore. Thankfully, neither John nor I don't have any issues in the bedroom. But it turns out that, as John is getting into his 40s and I'm 50, well, energy's become a problem. Just everyday energy, waking up and then all of a sudden having that 2 o'clock drag, it becomes a problem. And you know why? Because of low testosterone. It's natural. Our testosterone levels, guys, they started dropping and they're sometimes in your 30s, but 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, for sure. It just goes down and it's natural. It's a decline. But there's a way you can fight it. And that's with testosterone therapy at Age Rejuvenation. Go to agerejuvenation.com and sign up for a free consultation. They'll do your blood work, and it's fast and simple, and your insurance will take care of it, and they'll check your testosterone level. And get the testosterone therapy if you need it. Highly recommend it. It's made a difference in my life and also in John's. Age Rejuvenation with 5 Tampa Bay area locations to serve you. And, John, it has served you and I well, has it not? When you look at what Age Rejuvenation has done, the first thing I noticed, John, was I started to sleep better at night. And then all of a sudden the energy came. I started losing pounds, and not just pounds on the scale, but we're talking actual fat. We're talking pounds of fat are gone, replaced by lean muscle. And at age 50, I never thought I'd be this strong. I'm getting back in the weight room, and I'm seeing some great results.
Oh, man, absolutely. And when you talk about that weight loss, it makes it easier to manage your weight moving forward. We don't know what we don't know, Scott, and you didn't know.
Yeah.
I didn't know. A year ago, I didn't know. I didn't know I was walking around in this fog. I just assumed everybody felt run down at 2 o'clock in the afternoon like I do.
Yeah.
I mean, a year and a half ago, I needed a case of Celsius just to keep moving throughout the day, man. But, since seeing Age Rejuvenation, it's been no pun intended, it's been a game changer for me. I recently saw some media. I don't know if you're familiar with the social media influencer, the Liver King.
Yeah.
You seen that?
Yeah.
So he's been catching a lot of static, right? Abusing steroids. He says he's all natural and he does things a certain way, and he's lied about it for quite some time. He just came out and admitted that he is on a managed HRT, hormone replacement therapy.
Yep.
He's on that program, and if you do this the responsible way, you don't abuse testosterone.
Right.
It's a healthy thing, man. And I've been living life. It feels good. I don't know why he was lying. I don't lie about it. I'm on testosterone.
Yeah.
And I feel amazing.
I do too. So make sure that you go to agerejuvenation.com and sign up for that free consultation. It's worth it. You're going to have the most intensive, thorough breakdown of your labs that you're ever going to get. I've never had a primary care doctor break down my labs and explain every single white blood cell, red blood cell. I've got a thyroid condition. They spend some time going over that. It's helped my thyroid condition. It's as thorough as it gets, John, and you're going to find that type of care at Age Rejuvenation, and really not so much your primary care doctor.
No, absolutely. Primary care doctors, for the most part, what I've experienced, they take a hands-off approach because it's a type of medicine that they don't know.
Right.
Right. This is something that these doctors at Age Rejuvenation, they have to go back. They have to get certified in. Yeah. They have all these little initials behind their name other than MD that says they know what they're doing. And your primary care physician just isn't briefed in that. And you're talking 30 years of medicine has gone by since some of these doctors have studied. And there's a lot of developments that have happened since then. And there's a lot of great benefits to testosterone.
Yep. There's a lot of great developments happening about an hour from now down the street at Raymond James Stadium. We're going to talk about what's going to happen when the Buccaneers defense is on the field against the New Orleans Saints. The last time these two teams played each other, we're going to bring in Bailey Adams to talk about it. Tampa Bay's defense just took over in the fourth quarter. They had 5 takeaways, including a pick 6, to finally beat the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it last time these two teams played that the turnovers were the story, and the turnovers tend to be the story when these two teams match up. And I know coming into tonight, the Saints or the Bucs actually on offense are one of the teams in the league who turn the ball over the least. The Saints defense doesn't force turnovers a ton, so there's that going in the Bucs' favor. And this Bucs defense has shown early in the season to be opportunistic when coming after the football and getting the football turned over. But we saw like a long drought. Last couple weeks, they've started to get the ball back a little bit more, but that's going to be a big thing tonight, I think.
Yeah, look, we only have 7 interceptions on the season. Yeah, it's not a number I don't think anybody's proud of. Obviously, I think you would agree with me. They've been pretty lights out versus the pass. The play of Jamel Dean in the secondary, bar none, probably one of the better pass defenses in the league right now. But you know, the Saints have had our number the past couple of years, Bailey. You know that, man. And, you know, Tom Brady hasn't won many games versus the Saints. Obviously, we picked up the first win in the series this year, and let's get the win tonight, man, and we get this sweep going because it's something that's needed. They've been beating us up pretty good over the past couple
chance to
years.
sweep the Saints for the first time since 07.
Yeah, and it's a good chance.
Yeah,
it's a good chance. They got some things going on offense. It's just we can take advantage of the way that our defense is playing right now. I think it may bode well for them.
We'll get into the score predictions later. I think it might be a low-scoring one, though. I think it might be a low-scoring one tonight. Like you mentioned, seven interceptions this year for this Bucs defense. 3 of them were against New Orleans in that Week 2 game, and then they went long without. They have just 4 since then, and I think they had 1 2 weeks later, and then there was that 5 or 6 game drought. So, what do you think that these guys need to do? I mean, especially Antoine Winfield Jr. out, Mike Edwards out, Logan Ryan back, a guy that has shown that he can create turnovers. What kind of matchups do you see? We'll get into the matchups a little bit later, but what kind of matchups do you see in the Bucs' favor out there with the secondary?
Well, in the secondary, I think we match up great with these guys. You know, when you talk about our DBs versus their wide receivers. Yeah. Obviously, Chris Olave, he's their go-to receiver, highly targeted receiver for Andy Dalton. Jarvis Landry, he's been around the block for a little bit, 9-10 years in the league. You know, they don't have Traquan Smith, obviously the guy that can take the top off of coverage. They have a few guys. But when I look at what we've been doing in the secondary when it comes to the pass game, you know, I keep going. I'm sitting there talking about how great these guys were, and then I'm having this flashback to Carlton Davis last week slipping in OT, man, versus Amari Cooper, man. Yeah. But again, you take those outlier type of plays. Holistically, these guys have been pretty good, and I don't see any butt killers on the other side of the ball at the wide receiver position that we have to be overly concerned with. But this Chris Olave, he's had a great season, obviously, due to the fact that Michael Thomas isn't in the game. We're not seeing Michael Thomas just due to injury. And this kid has had a lot of opportunity, and he's really stepped up. Yeah, definitely. So that the pass game is going to be an interesting one because of who's at quarterback. Last time these two teams faced off, it was Jameis Winston back there. And ever since, it's really been Andy Dalton. Let's talk about the run game. The Bucs run defense, we talked about it throughout the season, hasn't been the best, hasn't been what it was the last couple of years, but hasn't been terrible. You know, it's a high standard to live up to, right? But the Saints run game, you know, coming into this game isn't as good as it used to be. Alvin Kamara is not having the greatest season. I believe he has 4 fumbles on the year, and that's more fumbles than touchdowns. So what do you see in this, you know, ability for the Bucs defense to stop the run? How key will that be tonight? Yeah, look, it's not the run defense that we've seen in the past. We're outside that top 10 spot, which hurts my heart. I think that was the heartbeat of this team over the past couple of years, just that our ability to stop the run and force everybody to pass. Maybe that's why we've gotten so good in our pass defense, because they've had a lot of opportunities. Yeah. But, you know, last week, you know, we didn't do a great job, but we were seeing one of the best running backs in the league, and Nick Chubb. He went for over 100. You know, I think they averaged close to 6 yards a carry, which is nobody wants to see that. Yeah. Alvin Kamara is not having the greatest season. You know, last week he gave up 2, and they were turnovers, two fumbles for turnovers. So, you know, you look at that 4 takeaways that he has on the season, you got to be thinking that, you know, in the Bucs defensive side of the ball, you got to be thinking to yourself, man, we got to get after these guys, force those fumbles. I think the key for the Buccaneers today is apply pressure with the 4 down, get pressure on Andy Dalton, make him force him to make the bad play, and I think things will work out well for the Bucs. And that's something that we can talk about too, is the pass rush. We've seen
we saw them get after Jacoby Brissett pretty well last week. They banged him up a couple times. And, this is a unit that has 36 sacks in the season, which is tied for the 5th most in the league. And, Vita Vea is leading the way at 6.5. Devin White's got 5.5 right behind him, and JTS at 3.5. Getting home with 4, like you said, going to be super important tonight.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and you see guys standing up. In the absence of Shaq Barrett, Anthony Nelson, he was on the board. He got home last week. Nacho got home last week. These guys aren't household names, but when you plug and play and you got good players, when you talk from a depth standpoint, you can keep this thing rolling, right? Todd Bowles doesn't have to keep switching up the game plan just due to injury. Now you talk about Nakeem Hicks maybe back in the mix with a Vita Vea. That's a problem.
Yeah.
That's going to be a problem. And this is a revamped offensive line by the New Orleans Saints. This isn't the same offensive line that we've seen over years past. Sean Payton's no longer in the building, right? Pete Carmichael, the offensive coordinator, is still there, but it's just not the same offense without Sean Payton, without Drew Brees. I think they're in a rebuilding season, call it that, on the offensive side of the ball. And I think this offensive line, they're going to have their hands full with the guys that they're going to have to see today.
Yeah, another guy worth mentioning, Carl Nassib. I think Carl Nassib had a really good game last week against Cleveland, against his former team, actually. And, we've seen it a little bit less this season. Todd Bowles is a guy in the past who's gotten that reputation for he loves to send pressure, loves to blitz. And I think we've seen a little less of that. He's dialed it back a little bit this year. And, I think getting home with 4, like you said, and like we talked about, especially those depth guys, Shaq Barrett, there's just no way to overstate how big of a loss that was. And, it's been a few weeks since they lost him, and they've started to see some guys. I mean, Nacho, I think, came up with his first career sack a couple weeks ago. Then he got another one. Carl Nassib, like you mentioned, Anthony Nelson's a guy who's played really well in the rotation over the last couple of years. So definitely going to be interesting to see how much they can get after Andy Dalton. Not the most, he's not the most escapable guy. He's not going to get out of the pocket a ton.
Agreed. Agreed. And the last thing we need is Todd Bowles to start getting conservative on defense, because ever since he's taken over at that head coach position, I think we would all agree that we're getting a little too conservative on the offensive side of the ball. And I can't help but to think is you have so much confidence in your defense.
Yeah.
So the last thing we want to do is stop applying the pressure, man. That's what these guys are known for. Again, when you have the type of secondary that we have that can hold down the back end and you can apply the pressure, man, you take advantage of that, man. You get after it.
Yeah, I mean, that's how they create it. That's how they create turnovers. That's how they made their name in 2020 as the Gravediggers, as that Super Bowl winning defense. So we'll be interesting to see how they can manage that and get after the quarterback. And speaking of manage, if you want to learn how to manage your finances, you need to turn to Immuni Financial.
At Amuni Financial, we help you live in the now.
Congratulations. We're so happy for you.
Thank you.
And even though the now may feel very different, you still need to plan for the future.
How's retirement treating you?
Oh, just fantastic.
I know I say it all the time, but you really got to come up to Colorado.
Let's do it.
All right.
Yeah.
We can help you develop that plan to keep you on track, so you can still prepare for tomorrow, today. Amuni Financial. Plan ahead, stay ahead.
Managing your family's wealth means more to Immuni Financial than simply allocating your assets. It means legacy planning, brokerage and advisory services, retirement accounts, college savings accounts for the kids, and insurance services. With 40 years of experience, do what I did. Let Immuni Financial help you plan ahead and stay ahead. Give them a call at 1-800-868-6864. That's Immuni Financial, 1-800-868-6864, or visit them on the web at immuni.com. All right, Scott Reynolds back here with John Gilmore. We're going to start breaking down these key matchups of the game, John. When the Buccaneers have the ball on offense going up against the Saints defense, some real key matchups tonight. It doesn't get any more significant than that first one. Josh Wells versus Cameron Jordan. It might be a Monday nightmare for Josh Wells tonight. Cameron Jordan's been an absolute buck killer. This guy has 17 career sacks against Tampa Bay. The most sacks he's had against any other team is the Atlanta Falcons. So the second most sacks in his career against the Buccaneers. Tristan Wirfs has done a pretty good job against him the last couple of years. But Josh Wells versus Cameron Jordan, that's a mismatch. I'm taking Cameron Jordan.
Before you started dropping those stats, Scott, I was going to go out there on a ledge and go with our boy Josh Wells, only just based on his experience over the past couple years. Again, we talked about it with Bailey. This isn't the first time he's seen Cameron Jordan, but these Saints, man, their backs up against the wall. They know if they clinch a win tonight, it's going to bump them up there in the division.
Right.
We're on Monday Night Football. the lights are on.
Yeah.
And when you have a savvy veteran like Cam Jordan, he's going to be tough to deal with. I'm going to have to go ahead and side with you. I'm going with Cam.
Yeah, and you'd like to think that he's going to get some help, right? That they're going to help.
One would think
they're going to provide some help for Josh Wells, whether it's a back like Rashad White Chippen or a tight end. You got to help the man. Otherwise, Cam Jordan, it might be his night. Tom Brady, it needs to be Tom Brady's night. He has struggled against the Saints more so than any other team. Dennis Allen just does a number on the Buccaneers offense, whether it's Jameis Winston at quarterback, whether it's Tom Brady. Demario Davis, this guy is a savvy, wily veteran who's a hell of a player too. I mean, this guy has the football IQ. He's got the production. He's the Saints' leading tackler again. He's leading the Saints with 6.5 sacks. He's a big-time A-gap blitzer. He's sacked Tom Brady before. The thing about this matchup is it's not just Brady maybe having to deal with Demario Davis, the blitzer, but also that chess match, that pre-snap read, getting in the right play, right? Looking at what the Saints are doing defensively. It's going to be an interesting chess match between two old grizzled veterans that are still getting it done, Demario Davis and Tom Brady. Demario Davis has played so well against the Buccaneers. I'm calling this a push.
Look, man, it's one of those things, man, until you show me, it's hard for me to go ahead and go with you. And you mentioned Dennis Allen. I don't think this is just a Demario Davis show versus Tom Brady. Dennis Allen, obviously, historically has had his number. Brady has not seen success against these guys. Obviously, we picked up that win. Lots of turnovers on our defensive side of the ball to allow us to do that. I'm going with Demario Davis, Dennis Allen, and crew. I like this secondary. I think they match up well with our wide receivers. And I do think we'll see some more struggles out of Tom Brady tonight.
Yeah, well, speaking of wide receivers, let's take a look at our matchups here because we got a couple wide receivers. Mike Evans just dodged that Marshawn Lattimore rematch, round 2. Not going to happen tonight unless, as Bailey said, Marshawn Lattimore gets found on the sidelines by Mike Evans. But Bradley Roby, who's been dealing with a concussion, he might see some matchups here against Mike Evans. Mike Evans has not been Mike Evans this year. At this point last year, Mike Evans had 10 touchdowns on the board en route to 14, which was a single-season franchise record. To date, Mike only has 3. We need Mike Evans. We need the Mike Evans to show up tonight for the Buccaneers to have a chance to win. Because Mike is not Mike and Bradley Roby is, Bradley Roby, I'm calling this a push. We got to see Mike Evans tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and agree with you on the push. It's been a kind of a lackluster couple weeks for Mike Evans. Obviously, still the leading receiver on our team. This Lavonte Taylor, this young rookie. After they looked at Emerson on tape last week, they may feel a little bit better about his chances.
I agree.
Also, Nadebo, he's having a heck of a season. I think you have 2 good ones there that'll match up well with Mike Evans. But when you talk about this Roby matchup, I'm going to go with a push, only because I can't take this guy against number 13. I just can't, not in my heart. But again, I think Mike's been past couple weeks, I don't want to say he's in a slump, but he just hasn't been himself.
Got to get out of it tonight, especially without Marshawn Lattimore to distract him. Going back to the matchups, we talked about Josh Wells. Well, there's another offensive tackle that might need some help tonight. That's Donovan Smith. He, like Mike Evans, has not played well. Donovan Smith having his worst year since 2019. After having his best year last year, giving up 1 sack, having 8 penalties. John, he's already given up 6 sacks, already has 7 penalties. We still got 6 games to play. I mean, Donovan Smith did not look good at the end of that game against Myles Garrett. Now, Myles Garrett make you look bad. He's that good. But Donovan Smith has struggled notoriously against the Saints. And he rarely sees Cameron Jordan. It's Marcus Davenport, it's Carl Granderson that have given him fits. And that 1-2 punch is going to happen again tonight.
Yeah, man. And penalties and pressure in the pass game played big factors last week, obviously, with Myles Garrett. Marcus Davenport, he's the type of player when you put on the tape and scout him going into these games, you say, yeah, he's a good rush defensive end, but you don't really give him all the credit. And then you go back and put on the tape against us, and he plays his best football, man. He's played his best football versus Donovan Smith in the past. I'm going to go ahead and go with Marcus Davenport.
I am too.
He's not on the board yet with a sack this season. He has a half a sack this season. And I think pinning his ears back on Monday night versus a guy he knows he's had success against in the past, expect a big game out of Marcus Davenport tonight.
I agree. And you know what? Marcus Davenport leads the Saints with 27 pressures. He's almost there. He probably is going to get home tonight once or twice. Tom Brady's not going to like it. Our last matchup is a guy who is playing really good football right now for the Buccaneers. That's Chris Godwin. That's right. He got hurt against the New Orleans Saints on December 19th last year. P.J. Williams, who's not playing tonight, the safety for the Saints, took out his knee. It's been a long road back for Chris Godwin. Finally got 2 touchdowns on the board these last 2 games. Finally got that 100-yard game last week in the loss to Cleveland. Finally gets to play the Saints. He missed that Week 2 matchup because he had the hamstring injury after hurting in a Week 1 against the Cowboys. So it's been a long road back, almost a full year. It's kind of come full circle. Chris Godwin, in that Saints game, in the first quarter, had 6 catches for 49 yards on his way to a monster game before getting his knee taken out in that 9-0 loss against the Saints on Sunday Night Football. Will Chris Godwin and the Buccaneers have more success? He's going to be going up against Tyrann Mathieu in the slot. I think that's a push, but I might want to give this to Chris Godwin. I'm feeling some Godwin mojo today. I'm going to switch it from push to Godwin. I think Chris is going to show up tonight.
Yeah, look, Chris Godwin, what we say in the NFL is he's on the come.
Yeah,
he's on the come. He's on the up. He's coming off of that injury. Obviously, that takes time. And we're now starting to see the Chris Godwin of old over the past couple of weeks. As you mentioned, he has 2 touchdowns over the past 2 weeks. Last week, he put up over 100-plus yards, which is great to see. If Tyrann Mathieu has a matchup with him in the slot, I think it's going to be a heck of a matchup just based on the success that Godwin has had against the Saints in the past. I know Tyrann Mathieu, this is his first season with the Saints, but I like this matchup. I like Godwin in this matchup. I expect Godwin to have a big game today. I think Tom Brady knows who the hot hand is, and he's going to play it. And I'm not going to discount the Honey Badger. He leads the team with 2 interceptions. Yeah. He's a heck of a player, but I like Chris Godwin.
Interestingly enough, the Saints only have 2 interceptions this year, and both of those are from Tyrann Mathieu. Should be a great matchup. Listen, when it comes to matchups, if you're looking for a place to bet, there's one place to go. There's no matchup here. We're talking about the Undisputed Kings, and that is MyBookie. That's right, MyBookie. Still time for you to get some action in on the Saints and Bucs tonight. Cash in and cash out with MyBookie. Sports betting is intense enough. You shouldn't have to sweat it out for your payouts. MyBookie is a no-strings bonus that lets you cash in and cash out quick. Use promo code Pewter on a deposit of $50 or more, and you can receive up to $200 in cash instantly into your MyBookie account. Using this bonus is simple. Bet your deposit amount once, and you're ready to cash out. It's so simple. No strings attached with MyBookie. Hammer this bonus on MyBookie so you can focus on what's important. Food, family, and the money bag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie. And you can double your deposit by using promo code Pewter at MyBookie. Today's point spread for the game is Bucs favored by 3. Wow. You know what? I got a confession to make. I bet the Saints money line, and I went hard. I bet 60 large on the Saints tonight. Because the way I look at it, it's like this, Buccaneer fans. If the Buccaneers lose, at least I make some money. If the Buccaneers win the game, it's the best $60 I've spent.
Fair. Yeah,
because all the Pewter people are happy. So go to MyBookie and place some action on this game. They have great prop bets, Tom Brady prop bets. You can bet the money line, the point spread, everything at MyBookie. Let's go to the key matchups of the game, joined by Bailey Adams again. Looking at this game, Bailey, we've looked at the offensive matchups. Now, here are the defensive matchups. Carlton Davis III versus Chris Olave. Now, Chris Olave is absolutely tearing it up for the Saints. They traded up to get him in the first round. Boy, they need him with Michael Thomas just not being back at all this year. Chris Olave is one of the best up-and-coming wide receivers. He's everything they wanted, averaging close to 15 yards per catch. He is a downfield burner. If you remember back in week 2, Bailey, he got deep a couple times. Jameis Winston just couldn't hit him.
Yep.
Then the one time he does hit him late in the game, Carlton Davis forces a fumble. That was a big takeaway. 1 of 5 for the Buccaneers that particular game. And we also saw Jamel Dean have an end zone interception on a Chris Olave bomb in the end zone. So this guy's going to be very active tonight for Andy Dalton. Carlton Davis has not played well, coming off probably his worst game of the season at Cleveland. This could be a bounce-back game for Carlton Davis. It needs to be. But I'm taking Olave. I think this guy is just, as John would say, he's on the come right now.
Yeah.
He's an up-and-coming star that the Bucs are not going to contend with for a long time. And unless Carlton really shows up, I think Olave might get the better of him.
I would say Olave's arrow is pointing up right now, and I don't want to be too harsh on Carlton Davis, but his arrow is slightly pointing down a little bit after last week. He's had a good season, not a great season after getting paid last off season. Olave is going to be getting those targets. He had 13 targets when the Bucs played them last time, and he leads the Saints with 822 yards. Found the end zone 3 times. Not a great passing attack, but he's been the guy for them.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Olave slightly here. I'm going to go with Olave.
I mean, he's putting up Mike Evans numbers. You talked about those numbers. That's what Mike Evans has for the Buccaneers right now, essentially. So he's been that type of go-to guy for both Jameis Winston and Andy Dalton. Let's take a look at the second matchup tonight. If we're talking New Orleans Saints, we're talking Devin White. He's the LSU guy going up against his former state in Louisiana. He's got an interesting matchup tonight. Because I think Taysom Hill, without Juwan Johnson in the lineup, he's going to see a lot of action as a tight end. You're going to see him as a wildcat quarterback, I think. That's the look that's given the Buccaneers some problems in the past, especially in the red zone, down there by the end zone. And Devin White, I think, is going to be charged with keeping an eye on number 7. Devin White has got, he needs to have a big game. He's had a roller coaster of a season. We've seen, some lows. That Ravens game, we've seen the rise in that Rams game. We've seen the crest in that Seahawks game, and I thought he took a little bit of a step backwards against the Browns. He needs to become more of a dynamic playmaker on a week-in, week-out basis. Tonight would be a great place to start. I'm going to take Taysom Hill in this game just because the Saints need him to have a big game tonight if they're going to win.
Yeah, he's been a guy the Bucs haven't really been able to figure out in the past, and I thought it was a little strange. Back in week 2, he had 6 snaps.
Yeah.
He had 6 snaps. They didn't really use him much against the Bucs defense, especially when they couldn't get anything going against the Bucs. It seemed a little odd. I don't know that Dennis Allen's using him quite like Sean Payton was in the past. And he is. He's a guy that can do everything, and he's given the Bucs problems. Devin White, up and down, up and down. I think this is an up week for him. I'm going to take Devin White in this matchup, partly because I'm not sure. I think we'll see more of Taysom Hill than we did in week 2.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It just doesn't seem like he's been as big of a factor. I know those wildcat looks, can pick up 5 or 6 yards in every play, it seems like.
Yeah.
They've gotten down the field on the Bucs multiple times of just running that play. So we'll see what happens there. I think Devin White's going to have a good game. So I'll go Devin White in the matchup.
Devin White needs to. We'll say that for sure. Vita has had a big season this year, 6.5 sacks, still leads the team in sacks. Devin White hot on his trail, fellow Pro Bowler with 5.5 sacks. But Vita going up against Andrus Peat, left guard. We've seen what he's done against bad left guards before. Had a field day against the Rams, had 2 sacks. Pete's not a very good player. This guy, former first-round pick, keeps getting contracts from the Saints, but he's just not that good. He is at this point, he's a journeyman with one team, right? He's that guy that's just kind of hung around because he's good enough. But if Vita is playing tonight like we think he can play, and he's not 100% healthy, but if he can just gut it out for 3 hours with that foot injury, I think that he could take advantage of this matchup. I think it's a matchup that favors Vita Vea. And he didn't get a sack last week after having a couple in the successive weeks with the successive wins by the Bucs. I think he gets back at the quarterback tonight and gets after Andy Dalton.
It seems like that kind of night for him. And especially it's big news, I think, that both he and Akeem Hicks are ready to go. Because Akeem Hicks, you saw what's happened with Vita Vea since Akeem Hicks has come back.
Yeah.
And going against a pretty weak interior offensive line, I do think it's a Vita Vea game. I think he might get maybe 1.5 sacks tonight. I'm taking Vita Vea in the matchup because I think it's one of those things. He's inching closer to that double-digit mark.
Yes, exactly. So the Saints have been the Buccaneers' kryptonite for the most part over the last 7 years, it seems. With all of these wins, the Buccaneers finally got one in week 2. They got one in the postseason in 2020. But a guy that's been an absolute kryptonite for the offensive line in New Orleans, a force field, if you will, has been Ryan Ramczyk. This guy he's hard to get sacks against. He's hard to win one-on-ones against. Ask Shaq Barrett. He hasn't had much success. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka is going to get a shot at him tonight, rushing from the left side. Ryan Ramczyk is up there with Tristan Wirfs, Lane Johnson as one of the best right tackles in the league. He's not having his best year, though. He's given up more sacks this year than he has the last couple of years, but you know what? Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, the production's been spotty. This would be a great night for him to really come on. He actually played well. JTS did last year against the Saints on Sunday Night Football. Let's see if Monday Night Football can really rev JTS up. But I like Ryan Ramczyk and his experience tonight against Joe Tryon-Shoyinka.
It's hard not to go with Ramczyk. I think I'll go with him too. He has been penalized a couple more times this year than in the past. It's something that he's been struggling with. And I think JTS has been that guy for now. I mean, how many games has it been? It's been 11 games this season, 17 last year. And it just seems like, okay, well, we're waiting to see him fully put it together. Like, he's almost there. We'll wait and see when he fully puts it together. Still hasn't quite done that. And I think it's kind of getting to that point where it's like, all right, are we going to see it?
Right.
And this, like you said, this would be a great night to do that. I'll take Ramczyk in the matchup, but it would be really nice to see JTS come out with a couple, like with a sack, at least get in the backfield, get after Andy Dalton.
So far, it's been splashes. We need to see some waves,
right?
Some crashing waves from JTS, especially without Shaq Barrett. He's really got to step up now down the stretch and become the outside linebacker for the Buccaneers that gets pressure on the quarterback on a regular basis. And Andy Dalton's going to be a bit of a moving target, too. That's going to help. Lavonte David versus Alvin Kamara. Kamara, he's just not having a great year this year. He's still a formidable foe. He's still a weapon. He's going to be used on the ground. He's going to be used in the air, catching the ball out of the backfield. He can still hurt the Buccaneers. He's had some good games against them in the past. And Lavonte David is a player that is going to be charged with him on those weak side flare patterns and check downs and screens. And Lavonte David is still the best coverage linebacker in Tampa Bay and also one of the best coverage linebackers still in the league. So this is going to be a good matchup. I think you're going to see Devin White on Alvin Kamara at times, but also Lavonte David. Here's the troubling thing about Lavonte David, and this is why I had this as a push. Lavonte David through, what are we at?
Week 13.
Week 13 has one sack. One. No interceptions, no forced fumbles, no fumble recoveries. This guy was a takeover machine, a big play machine for the Buccaneers. And at age 32, it just seems like he's become a steady Eddie rather than that splashy playmaker. And the Buccaneers, boy, they could use some splashy plays from Lavonte David. You can turn back the clock. If you could turn back time for just one night and show up on Monday night to help the Buccaneers beat the Saints and win this matchup against Alvin Kamara. But I have it as a push.
Yeah, looking at this matchup, looking at Lavonte David's season, I'd say he's been Mr. Consistent. He's been steady. He's been good. He hasn't been that playmaking guy that he was back when he was younger, in his younger days. And Devin White, the last couple of years has kind of taken that mantle from him. Lavonte's been the steady guy. Devin White's been the splash play guy. Lavonte would still like to see a little bit more of those splash plays from Lavonte again, kind of getting back there with some sacks, forcing some fumbles, and maybe tonight's the night. The Saints are a team that gives the ball away a little bit. Like we mentioned earlier, Alvin Kamara has 4 fumbles on the year.
Right.
He's having some issues there. So maybe this is a night for Lavonte David, like you said, to turn back time and do that. I'm going to give the edge in this matchup to Lavonte David on the hope that's going to happen.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what, here's my prediction. I'm going to give my prediction, then we're going to hear from our friends at Age Rejuvenation. I think the Saints are going to win. Sorry, Pewter people. 20-17. They just seem to own the Buccaneers at Reggie for some reason. 4 years in a row. This has been like New Orleans South for the Saints. This has been like the retirement home down here in Florida for the Saints. And I think they're going to win tonight. I hope I'm wrong. I'd love to lose that $60 a bet on my bookie, but if not, I'm going to win 100. So 20-17 Saints. Here's a word from Age Rejuvenation. Then we'll get Bailey and John's pick and wrap up the show.
At Age Rejuvenation, we have a lot of interest about erectile dysfunction in men.
It's not like my sex life was dormant, but you can always improve.
I was having an adverse effect on my marriage and was very happy with the results.
We have various treatment programs available to enhance their physical abilities that can improve blood flow and sensitivity.
The pulse wave has made it so much better.
It's been a significant improvement. The good news was that I heard it from my wife.
Stop waiting. Start doing Age Rejuvenation.
All right, John. It's been a while since we've done this. It has been a while since you and I have sat here and made our predictions. Quite a few weeks. Kind of want to get your vibe a little bit on where the Bucs are right now coming into tonight, and then get your score prediction for this game.
Well, I haven't seen enough yet, Bailey. to just jump on this bandwagon. Obviously, the Bucs have been struggling. We saw it last week. Obviously, they picked up a big win in Germany. We've been struggling on the offensive side of the ball. That goes without saying, especially in the red zone. Historically, we haven't been great over the past couple years versus the Saints. They've had our number. The Saints just have more to lose than we do.
Yeah.
So we're playing Monday night. Flip side of it, man, Andy Dalton hasn't exactly been lights out in these primetime type games. He's new at the helm. I think they'll find ways to kind of keep it friendly for him. You mentioned earlier, Juwan Johnson is out. He's been a touchdown machine for the Saints at the tight end position. So now we're going to have to get a heavier dose of Taysom Hill. And we haven't fared too well against him in the past and some of the things that he brings to the table. So I think there's going to be some struggles for the Bucs tonight.
Okay. We'll do your score prediction then.
I'm with Scott. I'm going to have to go with the bad guys. Even though I spent some time with the Saints, I'm going to go with the Saints. I went with the Browns last week. I was close on the score prediction. Yeah. I'm not quite where Scott's at on the score prediction, man. I think the Saints will pick up a touchdown early. I think they'll pick up a touchdown late. Somewhere in between, they'll catch a field goal, and then I think the Bucs are going to struggle in the red zone, like we've seen, and they'll have to settle for a field goal here or there. I think you'll see a lot of 3 and outs from the Bucs just with this pressure they're going to see. So many injuries for the Bucs on the defensive side of the ball. Antoine Winfield Jr., Mike Edwards. I just saw Sean Murphy Bunting's out. You got Vita coming back off of that foot injury, trying to get loose. I'm going to go, like I said, with the Saints, and I'm going 17-13 Saints.
Okay. All right. Interesting that you say that. All right. So I'll tell you where I'm at. I'm worried about this offensive line with Josh Wells in there, with Donovan Smith not playing well. That pressure is going to get to Tom Brady. I think they're going to have to run the ball well. Rashad White's going to have a big game. Like you mentioned on the defense, Winfield being out, Edwards being out, big deal. I think it's going to be tough for them. Getting Logan Ryan back, I think, is huge. And I like what some of these pass rushers are going to be able to do against the Saints offensive line, maybe kind of neutralize that run game a little bit. It's a weird matchup. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. I think I mentioned that earlier. You said 17-13 Saints. I wrote it up this week in our Pewter predictions on pewterreport.com. I've got the Bucs in this game, 17-13. Same score. I've got the Bucs winning it, though. And part of me, going into the week, I was like, there's no way I'm picking the Bucs to win this game. They just don't beat the Saints at home. They rarely beat the Saints anyway. But coming into the week, and I'm looking at the matchup, and I'm like, I just think that formula for this game is Bucs got to play well on defense. They've got to take advantage of those chances in the red zone, however few they may be. I think they're going to do it. I think they're going to get a big win, get back to 6-6, and the roller coaster is going to continue because we've been up and down all year, down again last week. Let's go up again this week.
Oh, well, we got to go streaking, right? We got to build some momentum, and I like that. It's hard for me to go against you and argue that, but I do like the Saints in this one. Just historically, they've had our number. Scott said, this has been who that South, down here in Tampa, but. Yeah, I like the score prediction. I do think it's going to be a low-scoring game.
Definitely think so. Well, we want to thank you guys so much for joining us live at Walk-Ons in Midtown Tampa. We'll be back at the Walk-Ons in Wesley Chapel next week, beginning at 2:30 for that 4:25 game between the Bucs and 49ers. We're live at 2:30 at Walk-Ons Wesley Chapel, so join us there. But now let's continue the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show presented by Age Rejuvenation with Pewter Report's Matt Matera and Adam Slivon as they bring you all the way up to Pewter Game Day at 8:15.
Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners to a continuation of the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show. It was live at the Walk-Ons in Midtown, which is a little closer to where I live and I'm a big fan of. And, of course, presented to you by Age Rejuvenation. Of course, we are going to be talking about the big Monday night matchup between the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the New Orleans Saints. The Bucs still in first place, hanging on by a thread, but getting helped out every single week because no one wants to win this division in the NFC South. I am your host, Matt Matera. Joined with me is our intern from pewterreport.com, who's doing a fantastic job, Adam Slivon. Adam, thank you for joining me today, and how are you doing?
I am doing well, Matt. How you doing?
I'm great. Just got back into town a couple hours ago. I was out of town this weekend, but very excited to get into this matchup between the Bucs and the Saints. And obviously, the first thing that really pops out to me, and we could talk about different matchups and different things we got to look at for this game. But I think just the magnitude, I really think Bailey Adams of Pewter Report said it best. And again, shout out to Bailey and John Gilmore, Scott Reynolds for doing the Pewter Tailgate show earlier. This is still the Tailgate show, but from the live location. They did a great job, but I thought Bailey said it best when he's like, this is the worst big game matchup like in the history of Monday Night Football. It's two teams that have struggled heavily this year, especially struggled on the offensive side of the ball. And listen, right now, none of these teams in the NFC South deserve to make the playoffs, but one of them will by winning the division. So in a weird way, this is, every game's a must win at this point, but the fact that the Bucs can give themselves pretty much a 2-game cushion with the tiebreaker and get another win in the division, it's not going to seal them the NFC South, but it feels like a much bigger margin than the 2 games that it would be.
Yeah, for sure. And I see this game as a must win tonight because going to Cincinnati and then having to face San Francisco, even after losing Jimmy G, they need to win this game to keep control of the NFC South. Otherwise, things are going to go awry and the confidence is going to not be there for the team.
Appreciate everyone in the chat. Some people saying hello to myself and Adam. Yeah, we're going to make it as interactive as we possibly can. So thanks everyone that's getting in on the chat here and spending your time watching this game and watching this show as we put on a show for you guys. And yeah, I really think that's a great point, Adam, about, listen, the Bucs can't look too far ahead, but before yesterday's events, going into a game against the Niners, you're thinking, oh, damn, that's probably a loss for this team. But as you said, Jimmy G now out for the season. Brock Purdy, Brocktober, as they were saying, he comes in, played fairly well. I didn't watch that entire Niners-Dolphins game from beginning to end, so I only saw some highlights here and there. But it's different when a backup comes in. I think we kind of saw it, to bring this back to the Bucs, week 2 when Donovan Smith was out and Josh Wells was in, and then Josh Wells got hurt and Brandon Walton came in. It's hey, Brandon Walton's doing pretty well, and then he kind of struggled the following week. It's okay, well, now when this backup is in for a full game and there's not that surprise element, teams have the game plan more. So I think that even puts more of an importance on winning tonight's game, because, and I still think the Bucs to a degree have to exercise some demons. They got off the schneid beating the Saints in week 2, but they still haven't beat the Saints at home in Raymond James Stadium in a very long time. They've yet to beat the Saints in Tampa in the Tom Brady era. Let's remember the big playoff win when the Bucs went on to win the Super Bowl. That was over in New Orleans. And then, of course, the game earlier this season was in New Orleans as well. So this is a huge opportunity for the Bucs. I think a little bit of a revenge game, oddly enough, for Chris Godwin, who's been exceptional the last 2 games, scoring a touchdown in each one, had over 100 receiving yards last week as well. But let's remember, we're getting closer and closer to, essentially, I don't want to call it an anniversary, but it's been almost a year since he had that ACL injury, which happened against the Saints, and it happened on primetime. I can't recall if it was Sunday night or Monday night, but it feels like an eerily similar situation where these two teams are going at it. What do you expect to see from Chris Godwin tonight in a game that's probably going to be a little emotional for him specifically, just given the history of what happened last year?
Yeah, definitely. I was actually doing some research on Chris Godwin and how many targets he's gotten the past 5 games.
That's what I love to hear.
So he's gotten 55 going back to the Panthers game, which is an average of 11 targets per game. He's only averaged 9.8 yards this year. Granted, last week he did look better. He looked a little bit more explosive. That's something that you hope continues as he gets back into form, as it's almost been a year now.
Yeah.
But getting him involved, getting Mike Evans involved. There's no more Sean Lattimore tonight, which will be huge for Mike Evans, hopefully.
Yeah.
But yeah, having Mike Evans open it up for Chris Godwin and vice versa, I think that'll be huge for the offense.
Yeah, let's stick on Mike Evans. I got asked this question earlier about, and this is when we were under the assumption that Lattimore was going to play, and I was asked, are the Bucs going to target Marshawn Lattimore? And because there's a heated exchange between Mike Evans and Marshawn Lattimore, and I essentially said, listen, Tom Brady's not going to do anything just for the sake of like force feeding someone the ball. If the shot is there, if the opportunity presents itself, sure, he'll go after Marshawn Lattimore, or in this case, whoever's going to be going up against Mike Evans. And I was saying as well that a big part of it is Lattimore's been out for several weeks. So like you want to go up against a guy that's rusty. But needless to say, whether Lattimore is playing or not, which he isn't, is this a game where Mike Evans gets back on track? So he was getting a lot of targets. To your point about targets, he had multiple targets last week. I think he had 9, if I'm not mistaken, but he only had two receptions for 31 yards. So not the ideal Mike Evans game. Mike took a lot of the blame. He put it on himself when we spoke to him this week. He said, no, Tom's reading it right. It's on me, because obviously the deep ball connection's really been an issue. But I'm curious if this is going to be the game that Mike Evans sort of, I don't want to say gets back on track, because he is racking up the yards, but he just hasn't really been scoring touchdowns. I would almost say it's similar to when he didn't get a lot of targets against the Steelers, especially in that second half, and then they couldn't give him the ball any less than that Panthers game. They threw it to him like every single play, and he went for over 100 yards. So is this the week where Mike Evans gets back to the Mike Evans that we all know and love?
The Mike Evans that we all know and love, there's just too much talent there for him not to bounce back. Only having 3 touchdowns this season, you're talking about a big target for Tom Brady. And with the Bucs struggling in the red zone this year, there has to be that connection there to change that. With no Gronkowski, I feel like Mike Evans has to be that target. And I feel like tonight we might start to see that as he rounds into form.
You mentioned the tight end position. I do want to talk about Cade Otton, who at this point, there's no question he has to be involved because Cam Brate is not playing. He's out with an illness. But we're talking about offensive players stepping up for the Bucs. So I think this is a good time to talk about underdog fantasy. You can pick some of those players tonight if you head on over there and do your pick'ems or rival games. Obviously, this is a huge rivalry matchup against the Saints. So sometimes you might want to do the rivals over the pick'ems. That's fine either way, because it's the easiest way to get some action on the NFL with underdog fantasy and their pick'em and rivals games. You just pick an over or under on your favorite or least favorite player stats, and you can win up to 20 times your money in a single night. If you do the rivals, you're picking one player to get more or less yards than the opponent at hand. And Underdog keeps it super simple with their easy-to-use website and mobile apps. You pick between 2 and 5 players to fill out your pick'em or rivals slip. Get every pick right. Take home some cold, hard cash. Use the promo code Pewter, that's P-E-W-T-E-R. Get your first deposit doubled up to $100 by Underdog. Even if you learn from Plant City Math, you know that is one heck of a deal. It's absolutely a great deal. So once again, go to Underdog Fantasy, use the promo code Pewter, P-E-W-T-E-R, and they will double your deposit. I'm actually going to make some picks right now. And Adam, I would love to. Oh, wow. Aaron Judge is at the game.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's going to sign
a number 13 jersey.
Wow. Very interesting. We'll have to ask Mike Evans about that if he knows where he's going to sign. I hope it's not with the Yankees, because we all hate the Yankees here on this podcast. But and you can pick baseball when baseball season comes back. Underdog is not strictly just football. It's also all the other major sports, basketball, hockey, you name it. So but for the sake of this podcast and the fact that we cover the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, we are going to be picking the Monday night game here. And I'm going to look at the rivals first, see if there's anything there that interests me. Alvin Kamara over plus 35.5 receiving yards to Chris Olave. That's interesting. Tom Brady is minus a half a touchdown, passing touchdown to Andy Dalton. Rashad White to only have 9.5 less rushing yards than Alvin Kamara. Mike Evans versus Chris Olave. That's straight up just who's going to have more receiving yards.
I'd go with Evans personally.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick Mike Evans over Chris Olave. What else do I want? Oh, they have Rashad White and Leonard Fournette. Rashad White to have 3.5 more rushing yards than Leonard Fournette. I'm gonna go with that.
I would go with that definitely.
Yeah, without question. Let's get a trifecta going as well. Kind of want to do Tom Brady. Brady
what was
over
it compared
30.
to Dalton?
Just a half a touchdown. So Brady to have one more touchdown pass than Andy Dalton. But I don't really trust either of these guys to throw a touchdown.
No.
Let's see. How about Chris Godwin higher than 7 receptions?
Yeah.
I mean, he's getting targeted a ton. All right. There we go. There's the trifecta. I'm going to do 15 to win 90.
Nothing but big money.
Wait, must pick players from at least 2 teams.
Oh,
okay. So I got to make a Saints pick. Oh, all right. That's fine. That's fine.
What about the Kamara rushing yards?
Kamara rushing yards is 49.5. I was thinking either that or the Will Lutz, the field goals over 1.5.
Oh, I feel like both are solid.
I'm going to go Kamara. All right.
Yeah.
It's official. The picks are in. I'm going to do 14 to win 140. So this is going to be a big payday if this all hits, doing a 4-teamer. So once again, to everyone watching and listening, my picks are Mike Evans to have more receiving yards than Chris Olave, Rashad White to have at least 3.5 more rushing yards than Leonard Fournette, Chris Godwin higher than 7 receptions, and Alvin Kamara higher than 49.5 rushing yards. I'll gladly not win this if it means that the Bucs defense shows up and Kamara isn't really moving the ball, but we also have to be a little realistic. By the way, I love this comment here from Shaggy. Set the 3 and outs at 5. I think that's perfect. I'm actually going to move it to 5.5.
Yeah.
So put in the chat if you think the Bucs are going to have over or under 5.5 3 and outs. Obviously, that was a huge issue last week. I think it's a big reason why the Bucs didn't win that game. Is you want to talk about complimentary football. They had that lead and the offense just could not stay on the field. So, Adam, first I'll ask you, are you taking the over or under on those 3 and outs? And secondly, in your opinion, what do they have to do to avoid these 3 and outs? You know, is it targeting Kate Otten more? Is it being smarter when you're choosing plays on first and second down? What do you say about this issue that's reared its ugly head last week, but it's really been an issue for a lot of games this season?
So with the 3 and outs at 5, I'd probably say over on that one.
Okay.
Another good one would be first down runs. Over and under. Maybe about 8 or
Calling
10,
Oz
something
here
like
says,
that.
I picked Bucs to run up the middle on first down 12 times. That's great.
Yeah, that's a solid one. But to kind of fix that efficiency, I feel like first and second down, they haven't done enough to move the ball or put them in favorable situations on third down. A lot of times it'll still be 3rd and long, and then they have to force something. Tom Brady doesn't have enough time to let plays develop, and that's why Jake Kamara has been on the field so much.
Good question. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no, you can go ahead.
Cool. ISO me PR Joshua says, should I play Lenny or Rashad White? I think definitely Rashad White. I mean, he's shown the past couple of weeks, like even when the offense was kind of down last week, Rashad White still had 9 receptions. So I don't know if you play PPR in fantasy football or even half point PPR. If you play a full point PPR, that's 9 points on just the receptions right there, plus all the rushing yards he can get. You also have to factor in that Leonard Fournette is coming off a hip injury and he's going to play, but how much is he going to play? And is he automatically just going to get that starting role back? I don't necessarily think so. So I think it's a slam dunk Rachaad White over Leonard Fournette, depending on who you're starting.
I would definitely second that. And also in the pregame warmups, they showed Leonard Fournette working with the trainer, kind of watching his hip. He still doesn't look 100%, or I don't think there will be a return of Monday Night Football Lenny. So
no, not yet.
Rachaad White.
Not yet. I do honestly feel that at some point this season, Lenny's going to have like a big game. I don't know when, but we have to remember, like, context is everything. And I understand we all live in the moment and we want immediate results right away. But for a majority of Leonard Fournette's first season here with the Bucs in 2020, it did not go well. Like, it took Ronald Jones having COVID and breaking his finger to burst onto the scene. And he really didn't do that until right around this time in 2020, in December, and really the playoffs too. Remember, he was playoff Lenny, then Super Bowl Lenny, Lombardi Lenny, everything like that. Now, obviously, the roles have been reversed. This has been Leonard Fournette's team. And, Rachaad White comes in and he's kind of really the spark of this offense, definitely in the, in the running back room. But I really liken this to a thunder and lightning type of situation where, in this way, it's flipped, though. It's going to be lightning, and then you get hit with the thunder where, Rachaad White, he's elusive. He's going to make you miss. He's going to probably get more of the splash plays, the 20-yard runs that they were talking about earlier on the show. And then Lenny's going to come in and just completely knock you over and bring that physicality and, beat you down when you're already tired. So that's how I would implement it if I were the Bucs. Fantasy-wise, I mean, I wouldn't hate Leonard Fournette as like a goal line running back, just use that physicality to get in there. But Rachaad White's going to get enough touches where he's going to get a lot of yards. I think he's going to score touchdowns too. He can be formidable in the receiving game. But I really think the Bucs could have something special with this running back room if they use it correctly. And that doesn't mean run it on first down every single time. But they can do with these two running backs what the Green Bay Packers wanted to do with A.J. Dillon and Aaron Jones. And obviously things didn't work out for them. But I still think it can for the Bucs. The Bucs still have a shot to make the playoffs.
When you mentioned thunder and lightning, that was exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Is Aaron Jones being the lightning, and then you got A.J. Dillon as the thunder, kind of like the goal line back, or even like the dynamic the Lions have with DeAndre Swift. He's kind of that Alvin Kamara, and then you got Jamal Williams as like the goal line back. If the Bucs utilize them correctly, sprinkle in some Keyshawn Vaughn, who looks solid, I feel like they do really have a solid running back room.
Yeah, I almost felt that, not that I'm like lobbying to see a ton of Keyshawn Vaughn, but I do the snap count analysis every week, and I remember seeing Keyshawn Vaughn in the game. Obviously, he not entirely responsible, but his block led to the injury of Tristan Wirfs, and that's why Tristan Wirfs is going to be out for the next 3 or 4 weeks. But I was looking at the snap count, like Keyshawn Vaughn barely played. Like Rachaad White played 92% of the time. And remember earlier in the year, it was Lenny that was getting like 90% of the snaps. And we were like, no, you can't do that. He's not going to make it to December. And look, he got hurt. He's missed a couple of games now. But I don't want to see Rachaad White. I know he's a rookie. He's young. He's got plenty of mileage to go. But I don't want to see that either. I think Keyshawn Vaughn brings a little bit of skill to this team. He's not like an all-pro or a Pro Bowl player by any means, but you got to give your guys some rest sometimes, even when the offense wasn't moving the ball when Rachaad White is in the game. I don't need to see it like a crazy amount more, but yeah, I would like to see an uptick in the amount of plays for Keyshawn Vaughn, or get Gio Bernard on the field. He's on this team for a reason. He can do something in the passing game. Get him going. Brady loves to get rid of the ball quick now, and he especially will with Josh Wells in an offensive tackle. Utilize these running backs with the backup running backs more, because there will be plenty of time for Rachaad White and Lenny. So go out and use some of the other ones.
I know like Akeem Hicks on the defensive line, he was talking about fresh legs and always like having fresh legs. I feel like that's even more important for the running backs too as the season goes on. So I would definitely agree with your point. I want to get your take on something.
Yeah.
So, being a Jets fan, Demario Davis, former
Love him.
Jet,
Yeah.
how do you think he controls the Saints defense tonight against Tom Brady and co?
Yeah, I loved him. I've said this before. I love Demario Davis. He's such an awesome player because, I mean, he's aggressive. He can get after the quarterback. He's really good in coverage. Really, anything you ask him to do, he can do it to, the best of his ability. And I don't think it's a surprise that when he's been here, the Saints have given the Bucs offense like all of this trouble. So obviously it'll depend on the scheme and what type of play is going to be called. But if he wants to blitz, I think he could probably get to Brady. I think if he wants to shut down the run game, it'll be up to the Bucs offensive line. But it's clear that the Saints are going to take advantage of the fact that, that Tristan Wirfs isn't there. So Cam Jordan's going to get a ton of one-on-one looks there. And this is where I get concerned with the Bucs coaching staff in general, because they're very stubborn and they've shown that they won't adapt. So I'm nervous that they're just going to say, hey, we trust Josh Wells to win his one-on-one matchups, and that's just not going to be the case. So Brady's either going to get sacked early or he's going to get hit hard, and then he's just dumping it off quick, not pushing it down the field because he doesn't want to get hit, and not giving up on the game, but just avoiding things as quickly as he possibly can. When realistically, all the Bucs have to do is, just commit to the double team. Whether, you have Leverett in there too, and you have the two big offensive linemen double teaming Cam Jordan, whether it's, you keep, if it's Kyle Rudolph or Cole Keefe, like just keep someone there to double team him. I don't necessarily know if they will. I know that doesn't really answer Demario Davis, but that's where I see the Saints like really getting their most pressure is either a blitz from Davis or, Jordan or Marcus Davenport on the other side. That's another huge, as John Wolf here says, commit to Co. I'm all about that. Commit to Co Keefe, obviously coming off a touchdown, big opportunity there. But also Donovan Smith and Marcus Davenport. That's another one that we really got to pay attention to, because right now with Donovan Smith is like, are we going to get the good Donnie or are we going to get the bad Donnie in terms of the way he's played lately? And right now they can't afford to have the bad Donnie at all, not with Tristan Wirfs there.
Yeah, I definitely agree. The Bucs tackles, they're going to have their work cut out for him. And then I would also mention Shaq Mason. I feel like he's had a really solid season.
Yes.
I feel like he's going to be part of those double teams that you see with either Cam Jordan or Davenport, however they choose to line up. But Demario Davis, one thing I didn't realize until I was looking at it, he has 6.5 sacks this year.
Yeah.
So kind of the same like pass rush prowess that Devin White brings to our defense, Demario Davis has done for them.
Yeah, exactly. I think if he doesn't lead the Saints, he's up there with the team lead. I know Cam Jordan's up there too. So yeah, like I said, he could just do a lot of different things, man. And Devin White, we get on him for some of those missed assignments or not getting to the gap quick enough. That just doesn't happen with Demario Davis. And he's like up there in age now. Scott Reynolds was saying he's a grizzled veteran, going up against Tom Brady. That was one of the big matchups that Scott Reynolds was talking about. And you see why he's been able to do so well in this league for so long. There's barely any, mental mistakes. And I think that's kind of what it comes down to with Devin is the mental errors, because all of the talent is there. And I'm not getting on Devin's case right now. He's played great the last couple of weeks. I know Scott said that he had a little bit more of a down week against the Browns, but overall, I'm satisfied with the way Devin White has played pretty much since he got all of the criticism going on. And a lot of the ESPN guys are picking the Bucs right now, so I don't love that. But Booger McFarland, who knows the Bucs a lot, he picked the Saints. So I guess we'll see with that. Let's talk a little bit about the Bucs defense going up against the Saints offense. Just anything in general that reaches out. Obviously, the big one being no Antoine Winfield Jr., no Mike Edwards, and no Sean Murphy Bunting as well. But on the flip side, the good news, Logan Ryan is playing, and he comes back in a time where he returns to the lineup, I should say, at a time where they really, really need it. They're going to be losing their top two corners. They need a guy that has been able to get turnovers for this team when he's played.
Yeah. So I feel like it's going to be completely opposite of when they played the Saints last. I feel like the defense is going to need to apply pressure more so than relying on a banged up secondary to create the turnovers that we saw. There also isn't Jameis Winston helping to create those turnovers. So I feel like the Bucs defensive front is going to really have to apply pressure on Andy Dalton. I feel like they can do so as Ryan Ramczyk on the right, being the right tackle. He's really their only strong link on an offensive line that really hasn't graded too well. I don't know your thoughts on that, but getting Logan Ryan back is huge for the secondary. If they didn't have him, it would not be pretty.
Right. And I almost think the Bucs, even though there's no Antoine Winfield Jr. and there's no Mike Edwards, I would almost try to dare Andy Dalton to push the ball, to throw the ball down the field. If you remember from the week 2 matchup, they continuously attempted to hit the deep shot to mostly Olave, Michael Thomas a little bit, but mostly Olave down the field. And Jameis just kept overthrowing them until the fourth quarter, after all the pick sixes and the turnovers, where Olave finally made the catch, but then he fumbled it on its own accord. Dalton doesn't have the arm that Jameis had. And you could say, all right, well, Jameis missed him a bunch of times. And that's true. But Dalton, I don't think can consistently throw it deep and complete those passes. And the Saints might be more inclined to do that with those players out. But because the Saints, it's really just a 2-man show right now. Well, 3-man show. It's Olave, it's Kamara. They had Juwan Johnson, who's a pretty solid tight end, but he's not playing tonight. So then you got the Taysom Hill show with the Swiss Army knife, whatever you want to call it. But I mean, the Saints are coming off a game where they didn't score any points. And, you know, we're not mistaking the Bucs defense for the 49ers defense by any means. And the Bucs will have to deal with that the following week. I would try to force Andy Dalton to be the guy that has to win the game for the Saints. Like, don't let him dump it off to Kamara. Don't let him get in rhythm with Chris Olave. Play tight at the line of scrimmage and force him to throw it down the field. Because even with the main guys out, you still got Carlton Davis out there who's looking for a bounce back game. Still got Jamel Dean, who's been playing out of his mind, and I mean that in a good way. Force Andy Dalton to beat you, because at this stage of his career, he doesn't do that too much. And his record on Monday Night Football is like pretty egregious. So I would take those chances of, hey, if Andy Dalton beats you, well, then, you know, that's just the way the season has gone for the Bucs.
That's a valid point. That's a good argument. But we've also seen the Bucs this year lose to Kenny Pickett, lose to PJ Walker, lose to Marcus Mariota. I mean, they've all beaten them. I mean, if they can, I feel like Andy Dalton's slightly better than them. But to your point, the Bucs do still have their boundary corners in Jamel Dean and Carlton Davis. If they can contain the receivers at the line of scrimmage and not allow them to get separation, that'll be the only way. Otherwise, I think the Red Rifle, he might have a good day.
Yeah, we shall see. I mean, the one thing I don't like for the Bucs is the fact that the Saints are coming off a game where they didn't score. It's like you almost wish they went off against the Niners and then would kind of retract to, the team that they've been. And I think that's important to put into context for the fact that, this is a completely different animal for the Bucs. They didn't play against Andy Dalton last time. They really, really capitalized on the turnovers, and the Saints are still very turnover prone with Andy Dalton. I'm more concerned. Well, that was my big concern that I already talked about. But what you were talking about earlier with the Saints offensive line, they had the stat earlier. The Bucs are fifth or sixth in the league in sacks, but they come in bunches. It's not as much on a consistent basis, I would say. And I know it's a weird thing to complain about where, they're fifth or sixth in the league with getting to the quarterback. But I don't fully trust Joe Tryon-Shoyinka rushing on the edge. I think he's solid. I think there's been spurts of brilliance, but there hasn't been enough. I like the motor of Carl Nassib and Anthony Nelson, but they're not Shaq Barrett, even with Shaq struggling this year. And so that just leaves Vita Vea. And the Saints are smart. They're either going to double team him or they're not going to let him beat their offense. Akeem Hicks has been solid when he's been available, but I don't know if he's necessarily going to be the guy that's going to step up and dominate this week. So I'm just curious, like, where's your level on the defensive line? We know like Devin White can go on a delayed blitz, get after the quarterback, but I'm talking about strictly like the defensive line. Where's your confidence level with their ability to get after Dalton this tonight?
I mean, I expect them to like get to the quarterback, but like to your point, I don't know who's going to do it because the Saints line it's really weak besides Ramczyk. But Akeem Hicks, he's more of like a run stopper, kind of run support. He's not really a pass rush guy. Vita Vea, I don't know if he's still 100%, if he's 100% coming back from injury.
Yeah.
And then Carl Nassib and Anthony Nelson, they're more of rotational rushers. They're not a Shaq Barrett. They're not somebody that's going to consistently get to the quarterback. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, he's still shown he's inconsistent. Even though Todd Bowles has kind of preached that and expected that, it just hasn't really showed up on the field. If it isn't Devin White or Vita Vea, I don't really see them getting to the quarterback, but I feel like they will. I don't know.
One way or another, they're going to have to, and I think they will be able to with the blitz. If they can, confuse Dalton or at least put some pressure on him to get him off his game a little bit. Obviously, that would bode well for the Bucs. That's not a huge revelation right there. But one thing that could be a huge revelation for you is Age Rejuvenation. So let's hear a message from our friends over at Age Rejuvenation.
As we age, our hormones decrease, both for men and women.
I was tired all the time, had no sex drive.
I was groggy.
I felt like I was 80 years old because everything hurt.
I came to Age Rejuvenation because I was tired all the time.
Bioidentical hormones has really made such an impact in people's lives.
I actually enjoy shopping now.
Got all my energy back.
Mind is sharp.
I feel like I'm 18 again.
It was perfect for me.
Get with Age Rejuvenation. Do it now. Don't wait.
Call Age Rejuvenation today.
Look better, feel better, have better sex using Age Rejuvenation. They have testosterone therapy, peptide therapy, and stem cell therapy as well. John Gilmore, Scott Reynolds absolutely love this product. They've lost weight from it. They've made them feel better, like almost 10 years younger. And they speak very highly of it. So it's a great product because they're not just spokesmen. They are clients as well. Go to agerejuvenation.com and get started today. All right, Adam, we're getting close to kickoff where we will have the Pewter GameDay show. It will be the two of us, so don't change the channel. Don't click on a new YouTube link. It's right here. We're on the Tailgate show. We're just going to transition to the Pewter GameDay show. Myself and Adam giving our live in-game analysis, reactions to everything going on in this game, which hopefully will be a Buccaneers win. And just a reminder, next week, we will be live at 2:30 from the Walk-Ons in Wesley Chapel for the Pewter Tailgate show for the Bucs game against the 49ers over in San Francisco. That'll start at 2:30, and then I will be on with a guest at 4:25 for the kickoff then for Bucs versus 49ers. But like I said, we're here for Bucs versus Saints right here, right now. So, Adam, I'm going to ask you first, what is your prediction for this game? What's going to happen? Who's going to win? Or will it be a tie? We saw a tie this week, so that's on the table.
I do think that the Buccaneers are going to perform slightly better and probably perform to their median this year. Put up 20 points. I feel like they can stop the Saints, much like the 49ers did last week in shutting them out. My prediction is 20-13 Bucs. I feel like they can put up 20. They've averaged 18 this year. If they at least do that, I see them coming out with a victory.
I like it. I like it. Also, to everyone in the chat, please feel free to give your score prediction now. I'll put it up on the screen. Wayne here has a player prediction. Says Vita for 2 sacks and 3 tackles for loss. That would be a fantastic game for Vita Vea. Might even get him defensive player of the week, depending on. I'm trying to think if anyone had a standout performance over Sunday's games. I don't necessarily.
Defensively?
Yeah, I necessarily think so. So that could win Vita Defensive Player of the Year. So I like that. Mo here, is Cyril Grayson still available? Friend of the program. So he signed with Washington, but got released like I think a week later. So he is available. Obviously, there's been a lot of issues with the Bucs receiver room, but it seems like it's starting to round out. Russell Gage is coming back today. That's obviously something that we didn't talk about, but he's been out for a while. We'll see what type of impact he has dealing with that hamstring injury. If he's fully healthy, I think he can do some good things for this team. So we shall see. Will the Brewer has it 2013 for the Bucs, so same score as Adam there, and Christopher with a low scoring 9-6 for the Buccaneers. So I'm in the same field here as Christopher. I think it's going to be an absolute rock fight of a game. As Shaggy says, avoid disappointment, lower expectations. I like it. I respect it.
Yeah.
I just think it's going to be extremely low scoring. I don't think either offense really ever hits their stride, kind of like they haven't for a majority of the season. We obviously know what happened to the Bucs last week against the Browns. The Saints didn't score a touchdown. So I truly think it might just take one touchdown to win this game. So I do think there's going to be a lot of field goals. So I think the Bucs win, partially because, and you brought it up before, Adam, the fact that, they lost to teams like the Steelers and the Panthers and all these bad teams. And yet the two teams that have given them so many issues the past couple of years, and I know they're having down years too, the Saints and the Rams, the Bucs beat them. So up is down, down is up. I feel like because things have been so different, the Bucs defense shows up, they play a great game, and they beat the Saints. They sweep the season series because so many things have gone wrong for the Bucs that the one thing when they were good that was going wrong for them, that is now going to be right. So I have the Bucs winning 19-9. A lot of field goals. Again, an ugly rock fight of a game. I don't want to say dirty unless, Saints player comes after another Bucs player again. But I don't think it's not going to be a pretty game by any means. But winning is an absolute beautiful thing. As football fan says, Bucs might lose. They very well might. I mean, they are a favorite in this game. I don't totally understand why. I would have made it just like a pick 'em to be brutally honest, but hey, that's what it is. A football fan also said, I think New Orleans will score at least 20 points. I'm not ruling out anything. I mean, you look at last night's Sunday Night Football game, the Cowboys scored 54, and like a majority of that was in the fourth quarter, so you never know. A football fan also, 24-3 Saints, and Pepadela 110, 38-10 Bucs. So a pretty good score right there if you think the Bucs are going to win. Let's head on over to the Pewter GameDay show because it's going to be kickoff very soon. That means let's play that music. Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners to the Pewter GameDay show presented by Celsius Energy Drinks, or I should say, energized by Celsius. Energy is going to be high here because it is a Monday night football game with the Bucs looking to stay atop of the NFC South and give them a little bit more of a cushion with the Falcons losing yesterday, and obviously it would be a Saints loss if the Bucs can pull it off tonight. I'm your host, Matt Matera. Joining with me is Adam Slavon, also of PewterReport.com, doing a great job as our intern this year. We're very excited to have him on the show. Adam, we just gave our predictions on the Pewter Tailgate show. The Bucs are about to get the ball as the Saints won the toss and deferred. I would say how you doing, but I know how you're doing. We've been talking for the last half hour. Let's sync up our TVs, though. What do you got on your TV right now?
So I might just be a little bit behind. Right now they're showing like a commercial. I don't know where you're at.
Okay. So they just did the kickoff. It landed in the end zone for a touchback.
boy.
You let me know.
All right, let me refresh my.
I was gonna say, let me know when the ball like lands in the end zone. I have it paused there, and we will go from there. By the way, appreciate everyone in the chats and the comments today. As football fan says, I'm so nervous. Shaggy talking about what I said before, where the Bucs are losing to all the teams that they should beat, but then they're beating the teams that have always given them an issue, like the Saints who they're playing tonight and the Rams. So dogs and cats living together, it's anarchy. So very funny there.
All right. Now it is kickoff. I have the Manning broadcast on. I don't know if it's different than the normal.
Oh, that I'm not sure. Did it land in the end zone?
Yeah, Tom Brady's running out on the field right now.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Sorry, water went down the wrong pipe, but that's okay. I am going to adjust on the fly.
All right.
Shaggy here says, game time, LFG. Yeah, I saw the Manning cast. They have Randy Moss. Who's the other two guests? I remember they have Randy Moss, though, which is cool. All right, first down, Brady under center. They hand it off to Rachaad White, and he gets no gain. You can't make this up. They're still doing the same freaking stuff.
Right up the middle, there's one right there.
There's one. I'm going to start a tally. I forgot who gave the over-under on 12. But, yeah, we're going to do rushes up the middle on first down and 3 and outs.
Okay.
And we're doing 5. We'll do 5 and 12 for each. Yeah. So we're pretty much synced up here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Brady I just saw goes the second down play.
Play action here. Throws to his right. It's completed to Chris Godwin. Praise be to Godwin. Look at that. A little play action. And the Bucs get a first down. That is 1 reception for Chris Godwin, as they show Ryan Jensen on the screen as well. Bucs are definitely missing him.
Yeah.
But good for the Bucs. No 3 and outs. You could take that off the list. And getting first downs before it's third down. That's something we've been asking for. Like, why get to third down if you don't have to? And so nicely done by the Bucs there to get a first down on the play action. A run with White on second down. Gets about a yard, maybe.
Yeah, looks like.
I just want the Bucs to be aggressive, man. Like, come out and run some play action. I know they did on the second play, but, like, do it on first down, you know?
Yeah, change it up a little bit for sure.
Oh, Pete Werner not playing in this game. That's a tough loss for the Saints. Obviously, Marshawn Lattimore as well. Werner's a good player as they run it with White on second down. Gets to the second level, still pushing, chugging along. Gets tackled by a group of Saints, but that'll set up a third and about 3, I would say, as Byron Leftwich heavily commits to the run game early on.
Yeah. I like the run out of that formation, out of shotgun. It's a little less predictable than.
Yeah, exactly. I'm with you. And it spreads it out, you know, doesn't put as many people in the box. It's first opportunity as well for, Josh Wells. How's he going to go up? Doesn't look like Cam Jordan's on his side, though. Pass is complete to Chris Godwin. Almost a similar route to the other reception that he made. So that is 2 receptions for Chris Godwin. Remember, my underdog fantasy pick, I had 7 receptions for Chris Godwin. So I'm loving the early tempo that he is setting.
You're at a great pace right now. And then looks like both of the routes were out routes.
Yeah.
Kind of finding something there.
Yeah, I like it. A little intermediate, not doing a crazy deep shot on third and short as Russell Gage is in on this play. Bucs go play action. Brady looking, throws to his left. It is caught by the aforementioned Russell Gage, who's able to escape the defender as he grabs on to his shirt and gets the first down. We want to see some explosive plays by Russell Gage. That's a nice reception there. We'll see what the penalty is, though. And it's holding on the Saints, so that's going to count. Nicely done by Russell Gage. Welcome back to the lineup.
Yeah. And on first down, too. Little play action. Just what you were saying. That's what they need.
Yeah. It's all about just being aggressive.
Got a little co-Keefed in here.
Chief Keefed as the Bucs run it on
Like
first down. Oh, yeah. I guess you weren't working with us during the draft last year because when you got drafted, I was like, we're going to call him Chief Keef. We're going to call him Chief Keefed. And then, yeah. So it hasn't totally stuck on. People like just going Keefed. But
yeah,
some people will drop it in there.
I like it. I'm going to use it.
Do it up. So that was another run on first down by the Bucs, but it was a productive one. 6-yard gain by Rachaad White, who has been the featured back to start this game. Play action here, and they were looking for a screen to Rachaad White. Never too early to start a screen for the Bucs.
I like what they did there with Keefe, though. They moved him to the right to kind of support Wells on that play.
And Leonard Fournette comes on the field for this one. Yeah, curious to see the total usage for Fournette and Rachaad White. Byron doesn't look thrilled.
Yeah, they show him on the screen. Got Julio in.
There you go. Kate Otten in motion. Brady in shotgun. Has time. Throws over the middle. It's caught by Fournette, who, again, just completely annihilates the one of the defenders that just bounced off him. Nicely done. See, Leonard Fournette's going to have a role on this team, and that's great for the Bucs. They are 2 for 2 on third downs.
And surprisingly, he's been really good in the receiving game this year. Both him and White, they've been really solid options as checkdowns.
You got to remember, Fournette last season was third among running backs in catches in the league. As they run it with Fournette here, finds a crease, heads to the right side, tackled, but a solid 4 or 5 yard gain. So the Bucs are moving and shaking here on this first drive. You absolutely love to see it. The key is going to be consistency, though, because there's been other games where the Bucs have scored in their first drive and then it just falls apart after that. As Julio Jones comes back on the field, Kate Otten as well. Captain Fear's ready to fire the cannons.
He's ready.
Scotty Miller in motion here. A little Scotty time. And Brady will call a timeout. Didn't like what he saw. So that'll be the Bucs' first timeout. 2nd and 5 will be, as Kevin L says, Fat Lenny sighting.
Oof.
Clack 5 White. Let's finish this drive with the TD. And the Bucs calling a timeout here gives us a moment to remind everyone that the Pewter GameDay show is brought to you by Celsius. We love Celsius for the variety of flavors that they have. 7 essential vitamins, none of that post-energy drink crash. Go to the Celsius store locator to find out where you can get a Celsius near you or buy them in bulk. Check out what bodega they may have them at, or you can buy them in bulk at Amazon. Do the subscribe and save. Have it set up where it goes to your house or apartment every 1, 2, or 3 weeks. Just make sure you're drinking Celsius energy drinks, the official drink of PewterReport.com. As Brady dumps off this pass to Fournette, that'll set up a 3rd and 1, maybe even 3rd and inches. Big moment, though, Adam, because the Bucs do not fare very well in these 3rd and short situations.
Yeah. You wouldn't judge me if I had a Celsius at 8:30 at night, would you?
Not at all. I think I'm going to have one in a little bit, too. I would not judge you at all. I would actually, I'd praise you. I'm going to give you a round of applause for that. Brady hands it off to Fournette. He gets the first down and more. The Bucs are inside the 10. Nicely done by Tampa Bay, converting on these 3rd downs. And they ran it to the right side as well. They ran towards Shaq Mason. They look at that double team by Mason and Hainsey. Nicely done. Fournette keeps it inside.
But I like what you said earlier. I feel like the first drive of the game they change it up and they're successful, and then they just abandon it. And
Yeah.
like, nah, we're gonna. But
Brady
12th place so far.
hands it off to Fournette, goes up the middle, about three-ish yards there. Just couldn't escape the clutches of the defensive lineman. Interesting. We talked about this before the game started. Goal line situation. The running back in the game, it's Fournette right now. We'll see if that's more of a rotation thing or if they stick with Lenny because of like the brute physicality he brings, where it's needed a little bit more, at this side of the field. So Fournette stays in as Bucs go shotgun on second down. Also, love the time of possession for the Bucs here.
Yeah, almost half the first quarter.
Brady with the screen to Godwin. He breaks a tackle, runs into Julio Jones, gets about a yard. Oh, man, if he didn't bump into Julio, not saying he would have scored a touchdown, but definitely
had some space.
Yeah. You know what I want to see here? I want to see some Mike Evans.
Yeah, a little fade route.
Not on 3rd and goal. I love the fade route, but the fade is risky in general to go all or nothing on just one play on 3rd down. So I don't want to see the fade here. I would have liked to see it on 2nd down instead of that screen. 3rd and goal here for the Bucs. Brady's got 2 to his left and 3 to his right. Fournette goes in motion. They throw the screen to Fournette. He heads up the field. Can't break the tackle. And we'll see if the Bucs go for it. That was Marcus May on the tackle there. I personally would kick the field goal just because you drove it so much. Don't come away with nothing.
And
I think
our predictions, points at a premium.
I think points are going to be at a premium. And right as the Pewter GameDay video was rolling, I put in a bet of over, I think it was 2.5 field goals. Or
that's a solid bet.
Yeah. I forgot what it was.
Got a little chip shot here for suck up.
And it is good.
Yeah.
Bucs are up 3-0, ladies and gentlemen. So, hey, at least they got a lead. It's a good start. That's what you want to see. Spunky Boy says that was on Julio. Warren G says that's not a Lenny play. Clack 5 White, field goal time, needed 3-and-out defense, a lot of time off the clock. Yeah, that took, half of the quarter right there?
Over that, yeah. There's only 6.5 left.
Gary here says, I'm listening on the radio. Did he just say empty backfield? So Fournette lined up to the right side, and then he kind of jogged back in, but then went back outside before the ball was snapped. So technically it was an empty backfield, but again, it was essentially a screenplay, so the ball was thrown in a half a second. Performance 2 says stop playing Leonard. I don't know. Leonard looked pretty good on that drive. Listen, he got tackled on the play. I don't think he's playing bad because of it. Like this comment from John, though. No passes into the end zone. Classic lefty. The screens. We've talked about how bad they've been with the screens. So why, on 2 out of 3 plays at the goal line, are they running a screenplay when it hasn't really worked?
Especially with such a short field, you're not able to move with a screen, because everyone's just bunched up together.
Yeah,
there's nothing there.
No, that's an excellent point. I didn't love the play call during the goal line sessions there. All right, what do we need from the defense on this drive? I'm going to look up the bet that I made.
What do we need from the defense?
Yeah, I mean, what do you want to see? Who do you think is going to have a big game? What are you predicting?
Honestly, I feel like Lavonte David is going to have a big game.
Yeah?
Yeah, I feel like he's going to lead the team in tackles, and he's going to play really well up front. I feel like they need him.
He's been crazy consistent. It's just you're not seeing the turnover, stuff like that. By the way, I bet on over 3.5 field goals, so 3 more to go. Okay. And appreciate Ant here for the $1.99 super chat. Ant says, Evans can't get a target in the red zone. WTF. Ant, I'm in full agreement, man. There's no reason Mike Evans should not be getting targeted. And I know Chris Godwin got the ball a lot. That's usually, that's a good thing. But Mike Evans is your all-time franchise leader in touchdowns and touchdowns in a single season. he's good in he's good in the red zone. So try to get him the ball.
Yeah, 3rd and goal targeting Lenny instead of Mike Evans doesn't make a lot of sense.
Don't exactly love it. All right. Golden leg, Jake Camarda kicks it off. Saints will return it, so opportunity here for the Bucs coverage team. They miss it. Oh, my God. Carlton Davis got railroaded on that play by the returner. Does force him out of bounds at the 30, but, man, that was a physical play.
Yeah.
All right. Andy Dalton trots out onto the field again. Remember, the Bucs did not go up against Andy Dalton in week 2. That was the familiar face of Jameis Winston. So this is their first game against Dalton this season. We see Zion McCollum on the field as the nickel corner as the Saints run it, but a nice job by Akeem Hicks, Devin White in there, Lavonte David.
Yep. What I expect the Saints to do is run a lot on the outside. They haven't had good guard play this year.
That's typically what they do, like usually. And that used to when the Bucs defense like stopped every run play known to mankind. The one time they would actually struggle is when you would go sideline to sideline versus north-south. So, yeah, would be interesting to see if they do that. Kamara tries to cut it to the outside, gets a couple of yards, but escorted out of bounds by Lavonte David and Jamel Dean in there as well. So 3rd down, we'll see if the Bucs can get a quick 3 and out or if the Saints can continue this drive. But early on, I like the push that the defensive line is getting. Looked like that run was initially supposed to go in between the tackles, but then Kamara had to cut it to the outside. I'd have to watch the tape again.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got McCollum in motion while following the other receiver. Vita Vea's lined up as a linebacker. He gets a running start, though. Lavonte David on the blitz, and he gets to Dalton. Lavonte David, you said he was going to have a big game, and Adam, he shows up right away. Nicely done by the veteran linebacker that Scott Reynolds asked to turn back time so we can turn back time. That was Scott asking that, and Lavonte makes the splash play right away. Nicely done by the team captain. Let's remember that the Bucs called a team dinner the other day.
Yep.
To get everyone on the same page, the defense, I should say. So paying off right away with the 3 and out. That's obviously a great sign right there.
And that's a great scheme blitz too. I'm sure they were looking at Vita Vea like, what's he doing there?
They had me fixated on it. So
yeah,
we'll see here. Jalen Darden gets the punt on a bounce. He's going to head towards his best friend, the sideline. Gets tackled before he reaches there. Gets about a yard or two. But nonetheless, a great job by the Bucs defense to give the Bucs the ball back. And we'll see what they can do on their second drive. Again, great first drive. Didn't end in a touchdown, but they were able to push the ball down the field. That happened in Thursday night game against the Ravens. They came out looking great, and then it stalled. So almost as much of an important drive, this second one, than for the initial drive that led to a field goal. But, of course, the Bucs got the ball back because of the Lavonte David sack. And that sack, ladies and gentlemen, is brought to you by Pirate Republic, the official beer of PewterReport.com. They are based out of Nassau, Bahamas, and they are invading Florida just in time for football season and the holiday season. We are in December. Beer brings people together to celebrate life. That means celebrating it in the spirit of the original pirate code, which is a sense of belonging. Pirate Republic is a community of people living life on their terms. The Long John Pilsner, that's the one in the red, is perfect for tailgating or having fun at the beach in the Florida sun. Then you have the Take No Quarter IPA. That's the one in the green. It's the best IPA that you'll drink. You might not even be a fan of IPAs, but you'll enjoy that one. You can also drop an orange slice in the Golden Haze of Piracy Belgian wit beer and enjoy that pirate life. That's the gold one, of course. Pirate Republic beer is available at participating retailers like Total Wine and More, Lucan's Liquors, Party Liquors, and select ABC liquor stores in the greater Tampa Bay area. I get mine at the ABC Liquor, and they're expanding across the state of Florida, ABC Liquor stores. So live life on your terms and drink like a pirate with Pirate Republic beer. And just so those watching at home or on YouTube, which we appreciate, once again, Long John Pilsner in the red, the Take No Quarter IPA in the green, and the Golden Haze Piracy Belgian Wit beer, of course, in the gold. So Pirate Republic, check it out. You will enjoy it. Let's get to some comments here. Appreciate everyone in the chat, by the way. Shaggy, because beer. Eater says, going up 10-0 is a pipe dream. Wayne bringing up that Vita Vea was a high school running back before he got huge. So, yeah, he's got a motor on him.
Yeah, put up some numbers.
Stan Glassman, I'd like to see the long ball to Evans finally work. I'm with you. Spunky Boy predicting a touchdown to Julio. We'll see as the Bucs start their second drive at the 23-24. They go play action on first down. Brady looking, dumps it off to Leonard Fournette, breaks that tackle, and bumbles his way to a first down. Listen, it wasn't a huge shot down the field, but it was play action. It was something different, and it led to a first down. You'll love to see it. You absolutely love to see it.
Keeps the counter low. We're still only at 1 down the middle.
Yes. Yeah, man.
But yeah, just something simple like that. Like just a 1-yard pass. Like it's just a change of pace. It's something new.
Kind of looked like Evans was open down the field too. Maybe there's
yeah.
Oh. Okay, so that was a run up the middle, but they used a little trickery with the fake end around. I'll still put that down.
Yeah.
So that's that one. What, 2 runs up the middle on first down?
Yeah, we're at 2. Yeah.
And no 3 and outs through 2 drives. Doesn't seem like much, but that's a big step.
It ain't much, but it's honest work.
Yeah. 2nd and 6 for Tampa Bay. K-Dot goes in motion. Brady under center here. Drops back. Throws to K-Dot. Look at that. K-Dot getting the ball. Tries to truck stick, but gets tackled for a short gain. About 2 yards. That'll set up a 3rd and 4 for your Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So Bucs going pretty short early on with these passes. Not too much down the field. I wouldn't necessarily describe it as dink and dunk, but not taking the huge shots. But I think that's kind of okay. Because the Saints usually take that away.
Yeah.
Brady looking to his left. Throws it to White. Got a hand on it, but could not come down with the catch. And who else but Demario Davis making the big play to force the incomplete pass. So Bucs will punt the first time they are punting on the game. That puts them at 3 for 5 on 3rd down. So, damn. And once again, I mean, I know Brady was kind of going to get hit, but it looked like he had Evans on a crosser over the middle.
I was also going to say Godwin almost looked open too, or he was coming open.
Yeah.
I feel like they targeted the sidelines more than just throwing it up the middle.
Yeah, that's true. Jake Camarda with a booming punt. Saints call fair catch inside the 20. That's Shaheed. Scotty Miller and Zion McCollum, the gunners on that play. Those two are very, very fast. And if you want to speed up the process of feeling better and maybe even feeling younger, you should check out Age Rejuvenation. So let's hear from them.
As we age, our hormones decrease, both for men and women.
I was tired all the time, had no sex drive.
I was groggy.
I felt like I was 80 years old because everything hurt.
I came to Age Rejuvenation because I was tired all the time.
Bioidentical hormones has really made such an impact in people's lives.
I actually enjoy shopping now.
Got all my energy back.
Mind is sharp.
I feel like I'm 18 again.
It was perfect for me.
Get with Age Rejuvenation. Do it now. Don't wait.
Call Age Rejuvenation today.
Look better, feel better, have better sex using Age Rejuvenation. Feel younger. Feel better about yourself. They have a lot of different therapies there for testosterone, peptide, and stem cell. John Gilmore and Scott Reynolds speak very highly of it, and they won't let you down. So check it out today. AgeRejuvenation.com. Find out how it can help you. Well, we've seen some good, some meh, and some great by the Bucs defense and the Bucs in general. Don't hate the play calling on that second drive. Listen, you're not going to go 100 for 100 on, scoring drives. And I always said, we've all kind of said from the beginning, like, this is going to be a game where the defense is going to have to lead the way. So Bucs did their job getting 3 points early on. We'll see if the defense can hold their end of the bargain. Saints went run heavy that first drive, only tried to throw it on third down, and Andy Dalton was greeted cordially by Lavonte David. So we'll see what adjustments are made. Obviously, halftime is big with the adjustments, but we'll see if there's any changes from this second drive compared to what went on in the first drive. And obviously, big thing of note, Zion McCollum, the nickel corner here, with Sean Murphy bunting out and a lot of injuries and turnover. I forgot Andy Dalton went to TCU.
Yeah, they're in the college football playoffs. Got that coming up.
Yeah, big win for Scott Reynolds' Kansas State Wildcats.
Yeah, that was a great game. Also have Taysom Hill in here too.
There you go. Throw over the middle. Ball is out. Nice play by Jamel Dean covering Chris Olave. Don't make a scene. It's just Dean. We're going to get the score ticker going, too. Let us know if you like it, if you want it, depending on when you chime into this or when you start watching. But we'll keep a little score update for everyone.
It's a nice touch. I like it.
Yeah. Thank you. Dalton looking over the middle, throwing deep down the field. It is caught by Shaheed. I don't know if Jamel Dean touched him. Dean was on the coverage there. Hey, man, I was the one that said, dare Andy Dalton to throw it deep. And, the Saints, again, tried to go deep in week 2, didn't really connect. They're trying it here and connects with Shaheed for a big gain down the field.
I feel like that's the difference between the Bucs and the Saints. Like, so far with the Bucs, Tom Brady's 9 of 11, only 58 yards.
Yeah.
Dalton, he's thrown 2 passes. He almost has that total.
Right, 40-yarder right there. And that puts the Saints above midfield. Yeah, it seems like it's always just one play that kind of screws over the Bucs. As Ingram here gets the hammer from Keanu Neal.
We talk about creating pressure. I feel like Neal can be another one of those guys in some of the blitz packages that they have.
Right. Oh, Trevor Penning. I remember covering him at the Senior Bowl and the Combine. He was the guy that would get in a pushing and a shoving match with everyone. All right, Taysom Hill here taking the ball on the snap, I should say. I just saw Akeem Hicks just barreled into his offensive lineman there that was trying to block him, holding on the Saints. So that play is negated and make it 2nd and long with 18 seconds to go. James Hurst gets called for the penalty. There's Dennis Allen, the Saints' first-year head coach, was their D coordinator.
Saw Tom Brady was on a podcast with a former coach. Kind of an interesting wrinkle. Sean Payton.
Oh, he was on Sean Payton's. They talk about how they were going to go to Miami together?
Yeah, the Let's Go podcast.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so Payton was a guest on Brady's. Yeah, okay. 2nd and 16. Oh, they did run the clock. I didn't realize they were going to do that. They do get the playoff. They fake a pitch. Dalton looks like he wants to go deep, then dumps it off to Landry. The tackle is missed by Zion McCollum, but then Logan Ryan makes the tackle. Welcome back, Logan Ryan. That'll set up a 3rd and, I would say, 10. It looks like Devin White may have possibly been shaken up on the play there. But anyway, after 1, it is Bucs 3, Saints 0. So that's now 5 straight quarters where the Saints have not scored any points. I like this comment from Warren G. Woolen greater than McCollum. They were picked only a couple of picks away from each other, and Woolen obviously doing great things for the Seahawks. Picked off Leonard Fournette. No one else can say that in the NFL. Buck Squad not happy, says this team is so damn bad. I don't know. I mean, what, they let up one big play? They might get the stop here. What would be your assessment of this first quarter that we just saw, Adam?
I mean, it's kind of been the same story as the whole season. Just like conservative on the offensive side of the football. I mean, they had success on the first drive moving the ball down the field, but no real big shots. Their longest passing play was only 14 yards. But the defense has kept them in games all season, and that'll continue tonight.
Yes, it has, and yes, it will. Hopefully, it's just not the ending that it was when they played the Browns last week.
Yeah.
St. Trunks, 1982, they get paid millions to miss open field tackles. Well, Zion is a rookie, but yeah, he's missed some bad plays this year. Like the Ravens game, they picked on him a lot. Yeah, not great. Stan Glassman, Zion M. Should be able to at least slow him down. He just whiffs. At least Landry, it wasn't like a huge game. Like, sure, he broke the tackle, couple extra yards, but I don't know. Didn't kill the Bucs there. Common Sensei is expecting more of the same. Craigula benched Zion, then went on to say that he sucks.
I mean, for a 6'3" corner, you expect him to be more physical than he has been.
Todd Bowles speaking with Lisa Salters. I don't personally like the in-game interviews. Like whether they do it in baseball or they or like in between quarters here. Either just like do it at halftime or just don't do it at all. Like these guys got to focus on the game, you know? The defense is on the field. It's a key third down play. And I'm sure they did this like during the commercial, so it's not like he's missing the play right now.
It throws him off, but the only good one is Greg Popovich. He's funny.
He's funny.
They show him.
Yeah, he's good. All right, 3rd and 8 for the Bucs. We'll see if they send the blitz here. Once again, they got Logan Hall lined up as a linebacker. And Hall blitzes just like Vita Vea did. The throw is just a little bit high for the tight end, Troutman. And Keanu Neal was there as well. So when the Bucs blitz up the middle and get that pressure on Dalton, it's been very successful. That's 2 third down stops for them. And they are going to get the ball back. Yeah.
It definitely changes up the assignments on the offensive line.
Yes. And that's the key. I mean, they always say like communication is key, but you know, that's a huge thing right there. See where this punt goes. All right. That's actually like a little bit better. You know, that punt not even getting to the 10, that's a win for the Bucs.
Yeah.
It's still not great field position, but you get what I'm saying.
He didn't pin him deep.
Yeah. Someone will try to blame Darden one way or another. Spunky Boy says they should blitz Dalton all night. Not a bad idea. He liked it so much he said it again, but just capitalized every word. Jack said it's a bad throw, but yeah, part of that is because they rushed him, and he had to get rid of it probably a second or two before he really wanted to. Stan Glassman agrees with Spunky. Shiv loves that they're playing the field position battle now. John says Hall looks better as a linebacker. So here's the Bucs' third drive. They started with the handoff. Does that count as up the middle? Was that a shotgun?
I mean, I don't know. It wasn't like right in between the hash marks.
Right.
Are you counting it?
Yeah, I'm going to count it.
All right.
They don't get the benefit of the doubt just because it was in shotgun. Second and 7 for the Bucs as they show the stats of Rachaad White, what he's done as like the lead back pretty much. Brady in shotgun, looking to his left, throws over the middle. Oh my goodness. Had to be some miscommunication there with him and Cade Otton.
Yeah.
Should have been picked by the Saints linebacker. Oh no, it went off the D lineman's
the helmet.
I did not realize that at first. I thought it was a situation of Otton either like stopped his route and Brady thought he was going to keep going or vice versa. But 3rd and 8 for the Bucs here. They have not done well in 3rd and long situations, and this could be a dreaded 3 and out. Brady steps up in the pocket, throws down the field. Too high for Russell Gage. There is a flag on the play. We will see if the Bucs get bailed out. It's a holding on the Saints. The Bucs do get away with one. And surprisingly, still no target for
Mr. Evans.
Yeah, Mike Evans. As commentators says, commentators wondering why Mike not getting the ball either. Huh. Let's see the replay here. Yeah, it looked like Gage got held up. Evans was getting double teams, so don't hate that Evans didn't get the ball on that play. Play action for the Bucs here. Brady looking, dumps it off to Keith. Chief Keith.
Hey.
Oh, hold on to that ball. Hold on to that ball.
Hey, you got the first down.
He almost lost it, but nicely done for Keith there. Brady getting everyone involved besides Mike Evans. But that's a first down for the Bucs. I feel like the Bucs haven't gotten a ton of calls this year where normally people are like, oh, Brady gets every call. They really haven't been bailed out too much by like penalties on 3rd down to keep drives going. So
the only one I can think of was the one against the Falcons. Otherwise,
yeah,
really.
That one was egregious.
Yeah, but we got Kyle Rudolph in here.
Yeah, he'll get like 9 snaps a game, 9 or 10. Brady going deep, looking for Scotty Miller. Oh, nice play by the defensive back. Scotty had the separation. The ball was slightly underthrown by Tom Brady.
It was, yeah. He leads him out there. That's a catch.
Yeah, I mean, he clearly has like a step or two ahead, but the ball's slightly underthrown, so Taylor can just put his arm out and gets the stop. Yeah. Little green on green cleat action there.
That's right. Got to keep an eye on the cleats tonight.
Yeah. My cause, my cleats. A lot of great causes that NFL players around the globe are supporting today. So, yeah, check it out. They have it posted all over the Bucs website and the NFL website as well. So, a lot of important causes that players are representing. Another 3rd and 8 for Tampa Bay. They obviously got the penalty on the last one. See if they can get lucky again this time.
Yeah.
Julio Jones in here. Evans to the left. Godwin goes in motion. Brady going deep down the field for Julio Jones. He dives. It's just a little too overthrown. Brady's yelling. I think he's got to be angry with himself. Julio was open. That's on Tom. Man, that was a great play call. Got to give Byron Leftwich credit there. They had Julio and Mike one-on-one.
Oh, Mike.
Yeah, but I think like the safety, once the ball's thrown, he's going to shadow that side more. So it looked like Evans was like wide open, but like if he throws it to that side, the safety goes that side too. But the Bucs have to punt. Camarda with another freaking bomb, and it goes into the end zone. Yeah, for a touchback. So Saints will get it at the 20. Man, that was a tough one.
I feel like they started to open it up that drive. Maybe starting off slow and then change it up. A couple deep shots, just didn't connect.
I don't hate the play. I mean, MJRVI says Evans was open too. I don't hate the play call. It was the guys were open. Brady missed them. That's completely on Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Big DZ ballin'. Can't put up your comment because of the profanity, but he did say he's a bleeping walking check down. He is no good for this team anymore. Buck squad, my patience is gone. Ugh! Craigula says Brady is done. Not just a miss if he keeps missing deep balls. Tommy had him, says Luis. I don't know. I said Luis. Maybe it is Luis. I don't know. Louis LaBoy. Mark Fisher. Brady isn't putting air under the bomb like he used to. Buck squad. Bro, if we can't hit wide open throws, what the hell are we doing? Very, very fair point. If you're not going to be accurate with those type of plays, then that's going to be tough sledding for the whole team. Another sport you really have to be accurate in is bowling when you're trying to hit those pins. Make sure you check out Pin Chasers. They have multiple locations, including one that is pretty close to the Advent Health Training Center where the Bucs have their practices. It's a very fun time out with friends and families because they have different deals all the time, from all you can eat pizza, $1 beers, all you can bowl. They got brunch on the weekends. The food's very underrated, from the pizza to the chicken tendies to the nachos. So ton of awesome deals. You could book your kid's birthday party there because they obviously have the bowling lanes, but they have an arcade area too, so the kids can play video games. Kids are always on to something else, so they could play video games, do some bowling, have a good time there. If you haven't booked your holiday party yet, got to do it soon, but I would recommend doing it at Pin Chasers. We've thrown a lot of great events there, some awesome times, so definitely recommend checking it out. See what deals they have for you, because they will have a deal that you will enjoy. That is pinchasers.net. And that's pretty good timing. Well, at least for where we have it on our TVs, because just coming out of commercial break. Yeah. Saints start their third drive with the ball at the 30 as Big DZ Ball and says, Mike is fed up with Brady.
Interesting note here is Randy Moss is on the Manning cast now.
Yeah. Speaking I forgot who the other two guests were.
They just had Robin Roberts on there.
Right. And I think like Aaron Paul might be the last one. The former
Such
Breaking
a random
Bad.
list of people.
Yeah. I forgot what it was. But I remember being like, oh, all right, this is okay. Who's that last one? It's going to bother me now. But if it comes on, we shall see. Oh, let me get that ticker tape going.
They photoshopped Randy Moss in a Bucs jersey.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Prime Randy was something else.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
The only time I think I saw him play live was it was a Jets-Vikings game. Not the one yesterday, obviously. Sunday or Monday Night Football. But it was when Randy Moss just got traded back to the Vikings. You know, like
when
his second
Favre was
stint.
there, right?
Yeah. And the first play of the game, they did a reverse to Randy Moss, and he threw a pass to Brett Favre. Very odd, start to the game, but the Jets won. So
yeah.
3rd and 4 for the Bucs. Vita in his linebacker position again. They blitz Devin White, but they're not getting to him. Dalton has all the time in the world, and it's Shaheed who's been getting the better of Jamel Dean. I mean, that was a lot of time for Dalton, so can't blame Dean for not sticking with Shaheed the entire play.
Yeah, just didn't create enough pressure. Only rushing 3, and
Nelson came in, but he doesn't have a ton of speed. Tough one there.
Yeah.
But you're not going to get every third down stop. As Clack 5 White says, too much time for the Red Rifle. Kamara cuts it to the right side, pushed out of bounds by Carlton Davis. And that'll set up a second down. Feel like we've seen a lot, and it's only, still 10 minutes to go in the second quarter.
Yeah. Wow.
Saints have 228 rushing yards over their last 4 games. That is the fewest. Wow. In a long, long time. Now they do an end around to Shaheed. He's been their best player so far. Lavonte David makes a shoestring tackle. Nicely done by the veteran linebacker who early on has been the best defensive player for the Bucs in tonight's game. So that will make it 3rd and 6 for Dalton and the Saints. We'll check out what type of pressure we get here as Andy Dalton's screaming at the ref. Not sure exactly what's going on. I think it was a substitution thing. But when the Bucs bring the pressure up the middle, it's gotten to Dalton when they only brought 1. He obviously had all the time. Jannard Avery on the field here. See who blitzes and who drops back in coverage. They send all of them. Dalton has time, steps up, just gets it off the Troutman. He's got a lot of room as Carlton Davis takes another hit, but he was wide open there. That's going to happen when you send the house and you don't get to him. They blitz McCollum too.
Yeah.
But yeah, no one there, so that gets Troutman all the way down the field. Looks like the Saints will be in field goal range. What do you think of that play call?
I liked it.
Yeah,
I also liked
you just have that.
How they had Devin White on the outside, like on the edge.
Saints go play action. Dalton pump fakes, jukes out Joe Tryanchenko. That is not going to help the highlight tape. People are not happy with Joe Tryanchenko, and then that happens to him. So, not
by
ideal.
Andy Dalton.
Yeah, I know.
He got juked.
Yeah. Dalton. If I'm Dalton, I keep that tape. If I'm JTS, I'd smash it over my knee or something.
Showing a lot of Brady on the sidelines here.
Well, when he came off screaming the last time, it's everyone wants to get the reaction out of Brady, whether it's good or bad.
Yeah.
2nd and 9 for the Saints at the 30. Dalton looks to his right, pump fakes, looks again, gets hit by Avery, throws it wide open is Taysom Hill, and Hill is in for the touchdown. He has killed the Bucs over the years, and he could walk into the end zone.
Where was the coverage on that one?
Again, they could not get to Dalton. They were a second behind. Hill as a straight up tight end. Bucs are in zone.
No.
Man, they just lost track of him. The wide receiver going over the middle, and Avery is a second too late. That's a tough one for the Bucs. They are down 6-3, now 7-3, as the extra point is good. And I said it might take one touchdown to win this game. And unfortunately, the Saints are the ones that strike first. It is a 7-3 ball game, ladies and gentlemen. That is not what we want to see.
No.
Get to comments in just a moment here. Got to update that ticker tape now that the Bucs are down. But yeah, not a lot of people happy in the chats right now. Kind of like what you said earlier, Adam. It's the same issues over and over and over and over again. Tom, hashtag it's a Bucs life. Ryan, LMFAO. Gerard says, J-Rad, was Neal just covering the flat?
Yeah.
Corin Choi says, some defense. Third down defense is on point. I'm getting the Lost Decade vibes hardcore right now. That's okay. It's the offense. Eater says low IQ. I think talking about the Bucs defense. Samuel, very negative here. That's the game. My Lord, no faith in this offense. MJRVI saying pretty much the equal sentiment of feels like this game is over already. The same sentiment there. Can we not do a effing first down, run straight through the middle? We shall see. Nice defense, Bowles, spelled incorrectly. Guys wide open. Yeah, that was just a breakdown in coverage there. And you know what? At this point of the season, I'm sick of hearing that. Oh, we need to communicate better. We made a mistake here. Every week, there's one play where it's the big play.
Yeah.
And we already see two huge chunk plays. It's like they're getting one per quarter. As Eater said, 10-0 was a pipe dream. I knew it.
How often have the Bucs had like a 2-possession lead this season? That's what I want to know.
There was
not
I think
much.
the Germany game, I was like, I just want to see the Bucs have a 2-possession lead, because even when they're winning, it's like it's still close. It's a real like just pain in the ass. Oh, they showed the pirate tiki boat thing. I did that before. That's fun. I'd recommend it. Fire Bowles because Brady is blanking the bed. The defense can't hold teams scoreless the whole game just to make up for Brady's bad play. I agree. If the Saints walk away with this game only scoring 7 points, this loss is on the Bucs offense. But we'll see. You know, there's 7:33 to go in the game.
I feel like the fact that the Saints scored 1 touchdown and there's that many people feeling this way shows you the confidence in the offense this season.
Yeah. Brady is playing bad too. It's true. 804 swerving. Blame Brady, he says in all caps. He is not exempt. He is missing the big plays every week. We're giving him blame. He's missed throws. Mark says, Brady, that's how you throw a longer pass. That's true. Shaggy, great point here. 1 step forward, 3 steps back. Over and over and over again. Hey, a handoff up the middle.
Let's go.
It was kind of to the right.
Yeah.
3-4 yard game for Leonard Fournette. Huge drive for the Bucs offense here. Will they wither away or actually show something? Show a little moxie. Second and 5. Brady in shotgun, looking to his left. Throws a short pass to Chris Godwin. Does he get the first? It came close. Looks like the ref's going to give him the spot. Nicely done there.
Yeah. Another short pass, though.
Yeah. That was like essentially 2 pick plays. And yet still no Mike Evans.
No.
Luckily, Chris Olave hasn't done a ton either, so still have a chance to win my underdog pick. Maybe, just maybe.
Gimme, but
yeah, well, clearly something's going on. They run it to the outside with Fournette. He gets tackled for a loss on the play. Granderson with the stop. Donovan Smith just got beat on the play. An old swim move. That's a shame, too, because they had the blocking there. Well, who knows with Godwin. Godwin's a great blocker. I don't know how efficient he had the block there. Brady in shotgun, moving, dumps it off to Leonard Fournette. Another loss.
Those are both bad play calls. Or at least put in White instead of Fournette if you're going to.
I'd be curious to see what the routes were on this one. Because I think Brady just dumped it off to Fournette because no one else was open. Let's see. Saints are in zone.
Mike Evans?
Yeah.
He's chilling.
I don't think Brady trusts the offensive line, and understandably so.
Yeah.
Bucs are 3 for 44 on 3rd and 10. They're in 3rd and 13 here, or 3rd and 10 plus. Brady steps up, fires, incomplete. Bucs get 1 first down and then have to punt once again. Took maybe a minute off the clock. And listen, I understand everyone's anger now.
Yep.
Sit Byron on the bench. We don't need him. 3 and out. It was not a 3 and out. Chris Godwin got one, but still only a 5-play drive. Not ideal. Evans was wide open. Brady keeps checking it down. Yep, this game is over already. Hit Godwin right in the chest. Drops it. I would need to see a replay. As the Saints get a great return all the way up the field. Camarda just gets the touchdown saving tackle or push out of bounds. Shaheed has been all over the place today. And bad coverage by the Bucs rears its ugly head once again. Breaking Bad. You talking about Aaron Paul or the Bucs here? Brian says this is pathetic. Someone had something in all caps. This wasn't it, but MJRVI. I just wish I didn't have expectations. Some naive part of me still thinks we are good. Right? I hear what you're saying, MJRVI, because the Bucs still have the talent, and it's just like if they can just flip that switch at all, just a little bit, they'll be like they can get back on track, but just haven't seen it really. Special teams has been abysmal for years. Yeah, it hasn't really been great outside of really the kicking, but it's the returning and the coverage that has hurt.
Yeah.
Let's also remember it is just 7-3. It's still a 1-score game. The Bucs can get a stop here.
But I feel like no matter how many stops they get, the offense, it's going to be more of the same.
Yeah, that's true. Are we missing Stewart? That's a good question. Grant Stewart was like their special teams ace. They traded him to the Indianapolis Colts.
Did you watch that game?
Yeah, I took the Cowboys first half -6.5. So I was going crazy when they got that late interception and they scored with like 12 seconds to go. And I parlayed the Cowboys -11 and the over. So the over hit in like the first half, and then the game was kind of close until the fourth quarter. And then then the Cowboys obviously went off. But yeah, what games did you watch? Any games yesterday?
Ooh, I'm trying to think. I watched part of the 49ers-Dolphins game after Jimmy G went down.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. That's the Bucs opponents next week. I would definitely recommend going to walk-ons if you want to watch a lot of games. They have TVs all over the place. A lot of locations, but 2 in the Tampa Bay area. The one in Midtown, that's where we had the Tailgate show tonight. And one in Wesley Chapel as well. Ton of great food. It's Cajun themed, but they have awesome wings as well. I'd recommend the happy hour deals that they have, especially if you go on Tuesday. They have walk-ons, happy hour deals all day, not just your typical 4 to 7. So you can get a 22-ounce beer for the price of just a regular beer, and it's a great sports bar, ton of awesome TVs. And just a nice spot to go to if you want a quick meal, if you want a night out as well. It serves a lot of purposes. So check out Walk-Ons. We'll be live at the Wesley Chapel location next week for Pewter GameDay when the Bucs play the 49ers. Anyway, back to this game where the Bucs are playing the Saints. You got Nacho on the field. We love Nacho. 2nd and 9 here. Bucs could use a 3 and out given the field location. Or a turnover. How about that? You're allowed to do that. Dalton again has time. Looking. Many Bucs
finally gets some pressure.
Yeah, and Dalton throws it away. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, man. It's, when they want to blitz with one of the linebackers, they get there. But outside of a blitzing linebacker, the Bucs have trouble getting to the quarterback. Third and 9, crucial moment with the Bucs' inability to score. They're going to need to keep it as close as they can.
Yeah.
Dalton and
just in the outskirt of field goal range.
Yeah, exactly. Dalton looking down the field. He had Shaheed. It should have been caught, but he bobbled it, and Keanu Neal does a nice job. That was actually Olave. My apologies. Olave should have made the catch, but he bobbled it, and then Neal was able to knock it out of bounds. Honestly, nice throw by Dalton, right past Carlton Davis and before the safety. That's just a drop by Olave, but the Bucs will absolutely take it.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh man, that could have been something.
If they get that, that's points guaranteed.
Oh yeah. So the Saints punting unit comes on. Man, they're like so far over midfield. I know it's 4th and 9, but geez.
It's such like an inefficient way to give the ball back.
Saints take a delay of game. See if the Bucs accept it or not. That's Chris Olave's first drop in 95 targets. Man, that Ohio State wide receiver group of Garrett Wilson, who's been crushing it with the Jets, and Olave, that's a special group.
Yeah. They pump out wide receivers, and so does Alabama.
Yeah. Penn State's had some good ones, too. Jahan Dotson had a great touchdown yesterday.
Yeah, the spin move.
Yeah, that was awesome. And obviously, shout out to Chris Godwin. All right, man. When are we going to see Mike Evans? Like, he doesn't even have a target. Right?
It doesn't make sense. Yeah. Or did he have one? Did he have one target?
I don't think so.
No, because on the deep ball, they threw it to Julio instead. Yeah, so no targets. And he's been open multiple times.
Yeah, he has. What do we think?
Brady,
sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, he's 12 of 18 for 73 yards.
Yeah, that's wild.
Whew.
Yeah, Buck Squad says Evans is open too. It's ridiculous. Hope we go up tempo. Yeah, Jack, that's a great suggestion. Maybe up tempo, something a little bit different. I hate that we called it, Adam, but first drive, great. Nothing since.
Yeah.
And
maybe they run like some 4-minute offense now, and
they
try to go.
They can't run the ball. I agree with Bazad here as well. Seems like Brady is playing tentatively. It's like he had 2 bad throws on the deep balls, and that's it. He's like, all right, I'm out. I'm only doing throws that are 3 yards or less. Hey, while we're at commercial break, let's hear a quick message from our friends at the Seminole Hard Rock Casino.
Just the way you like it. Me and my wife decided we'll have some fun. I was playing a 2-cent machine. 6 bets in, I hit a jackpot. $117,000.
Hi, my name is Tara, and I won over $500,000 playing slot. I do this full time, and I would not change it for the world.
I'm Gloria. I won over $2 million at Seminole Hard Rock Casino. I went and bought a bunch of jewelry.
My name is Mike, and I won over $350,000. I love playing baccarat because it hits different. When you pull in that card and you flip over that 9, beating that 8, can't miss.
I'm Jimmy. I won $500,000 in a slot tournament at Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa. Even a blind squirrel can get a nut sometimes.
My name is Philip, and I won $215,000 on Blazing Sevens.
Put my last $40 on the table.
Next thing you know, bam, $215,000 jackpot. I hit that bad boy.
I didn't realize how much it would change my life.
You only live once. Have fun with it, right?
Anybody can win at Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa.
You never know when you can win big at the Seminole Hard Rock and Casino in Tampa. The Bucs not winning in this game, not winning on first down as they tried yet another stupid screenplay that did not work and had no chance of working. It was blown up right when the play was going to happen. So, yeah, tough one on first down. Thank you very much. And I'm going to crack open a Celsius. Maybe that will that'll change things. Not really, as they run it with Rachaad White. I am rocking the watermelon berry.
I had that one yesterday for the first time. That's really good. I like that one.
Nice.
Yeah.
Where were you drinking before?
I have the peach mango.
Ah, nice.
Yeah.
Can't go wrong with that one.
Too bad the Bucs don't have enough energy.
No, you think they would. It's Monday Night Football. They did the red out. Brady and shotgun. Connects to Rachaad White, who gets enough for the first down and keeps moving the ball. Bucs get to midfield. Why do I feel like it's going to be 7-6 at halftime?
It probably will be. That's a good call.
At least that was the right decision, you know? Like,
yeah.
No one was open there. Or, I mean, White was wide open, you know? Quite different.
Yeah.
Little counterplay here. Goes nowhere. That's a run up the middle. I'm counting that.
Yep. That's 4?
Yeah, I have 4.
Okay.
And there's even more runs on first down, too.
Yeah. I feel like we still haven't seen a lot of K-Dot this game besides the one little catch.
He has 1 catch. I think that's his only target.
Yeah.
And that's a 2-minute warning. Bucs will have a 2nd and 8 on the other side of the half. Tom says, I wanted the Bucs to not throw any screens this game. Well, they didn't just do that. They run it at least once a drive. So teams know what's coming. It's Wayne here. I mean, it honestly can't get worse than 3 points. Give the old man a rest and see Trask sink or swim for a night. Ha ha. Then we know we need to go get the next Gator QB in the second. I'm surprised that Florida quarterback, Anthony Richardson, decided that he's going to go to the NFL, because I don't even think he's like in the top 3 or 4 consideration. But
no, a team will draft him based on the physical traits.
Yeah,
kind of like a Malik Willis.
Exactly, exactly. Samuel Whitehead says, I mean, what the hell? Tom put that one up for. Can we just get a 5-yard completion?
If we do complete it, it is for 5 yards.
Yeah. White greater than Lenny. Okay, I'm going to start getting mad. I don't want to cuss in chat. Sorry. Just cuss out loud. And go clean in the chat. First down runs every time. Play calling, still the same predictable. You know what? Run up the middle. Need points to strive. All right, a little positivity by Clack 5 White. That play action screen pass, though. Byron is the worst. We might not get a TD. Is the 2-minute drill. Don't get what you're saying.
We might get a touchdown in the 2-minute drill. I think.
Gotcha. Yeah. Sorry, just can't read. Bizad, Brady's body language says it all. Pathetic. Yeah, he has not had the best body language, which don't love.
He doesn't really seem happy or like, I don't know. He's very dejected.
Yeah, that's a good way of describing it. Craigula says Bucs playbook is run, screen, punt. Not far off. Shiv with a good point. Cam Brady's inactive, and they won't even look Otten's way. Yeah, they hate his guts.
Yeah.
Check down anyone?
That'll be the counter next week. Check downs.
Right. All right, 2nd and 8. Brady and shotgun looking. Checks down to Rachaad White. Set up a third down. Tick, 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 tick. Be a 3rd and 4. Brady looking to his right. Throws down the field. It's caught by Evans. Mike Evans.
Finally.
A number 1 receiver on this team makes a catch and immediately gets hit. But hey, at least he made the catch. That's key. 3rd down. Moving the chains.
Is that the biggest reception of the night? Most yards?
Probably. Did he stay in bounds, though? Got hit by the honey badger.
No.
I think he did. No, because the right foot lands. Right foot, and then he drags the left one. Yeah, that's a catch.
Okay, yeah, you got it. He just didn't get that.
And he dragged the left foot again. So, yeah. What? No, that's a catch. Are they?
Yeah, he had 2 feet in.
He had 3 feet in. I didn't watch his hands, but I thought he caught it completely through.
Looks like
I don't have the volume up either, so I don't know if I don't know if they're reviewing it, if Brady threatened the ref.
They're reviewing it.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to some more of the comments. What a whirlwind of a half. What are they smoking? Yeah. Refs was blind. Evans' catch was obvious. That was pretty obvious. They robbed him last week. Good point by It's Good to Be the Rye, because some were saying that he made that catch where he pinned it up against the defender down the sideline against the Browns. Can't do it this week. He got it. No worries. So he finally gets a target, catches, and leaves the field. Wow. Finally, Evans decided to catch one. Commentary is saying it's a catch. We see it's a catch. Thank you, Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. Appreciate that.
The legendary duo.
Yeah, of course. So funny they both went to ESPN. I mean, smart by ESPN, but you usually don't see both crew members go to the next team.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting. I don't know why this is taking so long. It's clear as day. They got to have the answer by now.
You'd think so.
One can hope. The Celsius is delicious.
Over ice, too? Man, you're set.
Yeah, I didn't have this in the fridge. I have so much Celsius that I just have a grab bag cabinet of a bunch of different flavors. So to pull back the curtain a little bit, I sprinted to go get a Celsius while the Hard Rock commercial was playing, and then got back in time before the commercial ended.
That's what we do behind the scenes,
Yeah, exactly. I'm listen, I try to be open and honest with the public here. So they did rule it a catch, thank goodness.
Yeah, first down.
Tampa Bay.
Good sign he's still out there, too.
Yes. Oh, no! Brady gets picked by Demario Davis. Oh, Tom, what are you doing, Tom? And you know what? Not ruling it a catch in the first place ruined all the freaking momentum that the Bucs had.
Yep.
Shame on the refs. I blame the refs on that one. Demario Davis.
They go down to the end zone and celebrate.
Adam, you might be the linebacker whisperer because he said Lavonte David and Demario Davis.
Yeah, this one wasn't a good one, though. Oh, he leaped in the air.
Oh, man. That was right to him.
Yeah.
Tom's having a horrible day.
Yeah.
Better get on most disappointing.
I think that's justifiable.
And it's also his daughter's birthday. So,
oh, is it?
Hopefully her day is going a little bit better.
Yeah.
All right. Saints got the ball with 1:27. All 3 timeouts. Dalton pushes it down the field. It's Caught by Olave.
Caught, no.
But inbound, so the Saints have to keep it moving. Second down, Dalton looking to his right. Has a man open. It's Shaheed. Andy Dalton is outplaying Tom Brady.
Yeah.
No, there's no other
Did not
way
expect
to
to say that this year
No.
at any point.
Ever in both of their careers. Shaheed's been the best.
Almost got the pressure.
Shaheed's been the best player on the field, like offensively for either team.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Which coming into this game, I wasn't really expecting him to be a factor, but
yeah, neither did I. But hey, you make the most of your opportunities, you know. We might also have to ban Josh Capo from going to games because he was at the Carolina game and he's at tonight's game with JC and Bailey, and it's not good.
Yeah.
And we might have to ban John Ledyard and Paul Atwell because they're at the Steelers game and they lost.
Might have to ban me too. I was at the Packers game.
You were at the Packers game.
I started it.
I guess the only person that can go is Casey Hudson because she was at the Germany game. She's at this game too, but she was at the Germany game just as an observer. And now Kamara gets in the mix, about a 5-yard gain. 50 seconds to go. Saints do have all three of their timeouts, so they can take their time as they please. 40 seconds. Dalton and shotgun. JTS got a good jump there. Throws caught by Kamara. He loses yards and then breaks 3 tackles. Maybe 2 tackles.
Wow.
Including Lavonte David. Saints will use their first timeout here. Bucs desperately looking to keep the Saints to a field goal because honestly, touchdown here, the game might be over.
Yeah,
and I mean that. I mean that in all sincerity.
Just looking at the sideline,
and yet the Bucs will still be in first place in the NFC South.
Makes no sense.
None. This is the worst division ever. Like of all the teams that won the division with the losing record, this division still might be the worst.
Agreed.
Have fun playing Dallas in the first round. Though Dallas does always choke in the playoffs, so.
Yeah.
Dalton drops back, 3rd and 2, throws. It is dropped by Landry.
Whew. That would have been a nice catch if he snagged that.
The Bucs have been getting some huge breaks by drop balls by the Saints. So here's the age-old question now. We know what they did last week, but now the Bucs will get the ball with 25 seconds and 1 timeout. Do they go for it, or do they just take a knee and say, hey, we're only down a score?
They'll probably just take a knee. Should they try? Yeah.
The field goal by Will Lutz is good. That makes it a 10-3 game. I did not, Cali Bucs, I resent that. I did not react like I wanted. I was saying it in more surprise that he was like wide open. No, I do not want the Saints to score. In fact, I took the under in this game, so I really don't want the Saints to score. We'll get to a couple of comments in just a moment. Then at halftime, that's when you really want to let it out. We'll give Adam a little break here, and it'll just be me in the chat.
Ooh,
chopping it up.
From the comment earlier about it being a 10-0 game, you see it quickly change, and now it's 10-3.
Yeah, I believe that was Eater. Eater's in this chat a lot.
Yeah, they can't build on the momentum at all.
Nick 2. Bowles finally calls a timeout for the Saints. But Brady could throw another pick. Yeah, I bet you Bowles is on the sideline. See, I told you. I told you.
Yeah, right.
That's a late hit. It's a late hit. Oh, Darden throwing a little push.
Ooh, they show the graphic with the NFC South standings. All these great teams.
5-6, 5-8, 4-8, 4-8. Jeez.
Yeah.
So the Falcons haven't had their bye yet, huh?
No.
That's a really late bye. Brady takes a knee, and that'll do it for the first half, ladies and gentlemen. Not ideal. Not ideal at all whatsoever. Adam, before we give you a little break, just give us your assessment of whatever you want to call this, that this was in the first half.
Whew. Well, the first drive went well.
Yeah.
First drive, they got 3 points. They could have got 7. Should have got 7. But after that, after they dictated like the tempo of the game, controlled the ball for 8.5 minutes, they didn't really do anything on offense. And then you see the defense has still kept them in the game. We talk all this smack and all these bad comments. It's still a 10-3 game. But they just have no life. And on offense, they haven't moved the ball. And they need to. They need to start putting points on the board soon.
I'm with you. I really don't blame the defense much. They did get bailed out a couple times. Let's not forget that. A couple of drops and bobbles there. But I'm with you. I mean, if your defense only allows 10 points, and we'll see what happens in the second half, but if your defense only allows 10, I mean, you have to win those games. So I'm with you there. Adam, thank you very much for joining, and we'll see you for the second half in a little bit.
All right.
That was Adam, intern that does a great job with us at pewterreport.com. Great behind the scenes, too. Good with social media. We have our other intern, Matthew. We call him Chandler. He's running our social media tonight. He does some stuff on our YouTube as well. So shout out to our interns. They do a really good job here over at pewterreport.com. All right, guys. Let me know what you think of the first half or what adjustments you want to see. Just really anything that's on your mind, feel free to throw it in the chat, and I will put it on the screen. If you want a super chat, you get to cut the line. You'll go first right away. So I would encourage you guys to do that, but no pressure if you don't want to. I do appreciate everyone. And again, want to remind everybody that right now we're doing the Pewter GameDay show for Bucs Saints. Next week, it's the Pewter GameDay show for Bucs 49ers, which, regardless of the outcome of this game, still very important for the following week, especially now that Jimmy G is injured for the 49ers. We'll see what they got going on. Brock Purdy as their quarterback. Maybe the Bucs can take advantage of that. But that's next week. That's over at the walk-ons in Wesley Chapel, or Scott will be there, and then either Bailey or JC, and John Gilmore as well. So, yeah, make sure you check that out next week. Obviously, we still got a half to go in the Bucs Saints game there. So let's get to some of the comments going on here. Shiv says, Brady has Otten wide open on that pick. Shaggy, this is knucking futz. Shaking my head. Let's go. You made me laugh there, Shaggy. Nicely done. S. Brady, Bucs might be 3 and what, like 9? It definitely feels like that, S. Brady. Samuel Whitehead, if Bruce is still head coach, how different do we think the season is? Well, I think they're more efficient on offense. And I think he would hold a lot more guys accountable publicly. But, I mean, you got to remember, Bruce puts a lot of confidence and faith in his coordinators, in Todd Bowles, in Byron Leftwich. So I still think we'd see a downtick in the overall performance, but I think Arians would get them at least 1 or 2 more wins compared to what we've seen this season. So it's a fair question. It's nothing. You're never going to get an exact answer. It's not an exact science, but it's a fair question for sure. GB 101, Byron using a new Post-it note to write the 4 plays that will be cycled in the second half. Yeah, it seems like it's all the same plays. It's the screen pass to Godwin, the screen pass to Rachaad White, a couple big plays down the field that get overthrown, and, that's about it. MJRVI, I feel like we are already in the post-Brady era. It's really interesting because we talked a lot, and, Scott Reynolds said this in this week's SR's Fab 5, that all the stuff that's going on right now with the Bucs, this is supposed to happen next season. Like, obviously, we don't know if Brady's going to be back. At this point, it feels like he's not going to be back, at least with the Bucs. And so this was going to be the issue next year. A new quarterback, new players, offense struggling. But we're seeing it this year, and that's what's really, upsetting and disappointing. And, it's disappointing because you can't factor in, Ryan Jensen's going to get hurt on the second day of practice, or, Ali Marpet's going to retire, and no one really saw that coming. So it's just frustrating is what it really is. Reggie says, I don't know if you can make any adjustments. Well, you can. You can go up-tempo a lot more. You can stop running it on first down. You can implement more play action. You can stop with the screen game in general. Enough with the screen game overall. I'm absolutely sick of it. So I would like to see that, as I got people tweeting at me. #fire Leftwich. Wayne, not thinking about Leftwich, thinking that Brady needs to be benched. Flash Gordon, can't run the ball. Not Brady's or Leftwich's fault. Not powerful enough of an O-line. Offensive line definitely deserves some blame, but I would say you can maybe call some better plays or get a little more creative with the run plays that would, help out the struggling offensive line. And listen, the offensive line, converted on some of those 3rd and shorts early in the game, especially on that first drive, but a lot of the times the Bucs have put themselves in 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8s, 3rd and 10s. So that's what they have to do, is they have to win on 1st and 2nd down, or not even get themselves into 3rd down. Keep getting those 1st downs on 2nd down or whatever it is. Cam with a K. I just want the same game play when we first got the ball. I couldn't agree with you more, Cam. All talk all the time. Brady needs to hang it up. I'm sure he will after this year. Brady is having a bad game, but to say he needs to retire because of this performance, no. He's overthrown the ball. That hasn't been good, but I don't think he needs to retire. Nick 2, let's go no huddle on offense. I'm with you. They're great at up-tempo. I don't know why they don't do it more. S. Brady, run up the middle, screen for -3 yards, and probably an incomplete pass or 7 yards on 3rd down. That's been the blueprint, a blueprint to a team that refuses to score points. Brian says, Brady has basically 2 picks versus the Seahawks on exactly the same play. 1 was dropped. That is true. And I think even his interception against the Cowboys, same thing, kind of like throwing it over the middle, linebacker jumped it, and that was the big play. Brian Gow says, time for Gabbert. I don't think that's it. Trade Tua for Brady. Hey, why not? If the Dolphins would listen to it. I actually don't think that's a terrible idea. Like, after the season. If Brady threw 3 interceptions, they still wouldn't bench him at half. That's also true. Tom Brady has a lot to say. Flash Gordon, they do this cover 2 and stuff the middle. They challenge the middle, get everyone on one side, and either a slant through them to the other stick or a running back coming out the other side. There's not a lot of adjustments. That's for sure. Execution is lacking. Attitude is non-existent. It does seem like someone was talking about the body language earlier. It does seem like there's just awful body language. No one seems happy to be there. No one looks like they want to be there. And this is a team that is fighting to make the playoffs. They know what it's like to win a championship. And a lot of them said the next season, like, that was great. I want that feeling again. So to not be motivated I don't like seeing it. No one does, really. Apologetics and film. This team is awful. Not a huge fan. Eater says, trash time? Trask time? No. They're not going to bench Tom Brady. Birds 925. Brady should a lot more touchdowns, but drops and etc. play a part. Cali Bucks. So lucky it's only 10-3. Agreed. It could be a lot worse. A couple drops by the Saints. Brian says his defense is trash this game too. Getting bailed out by bad drops by Saints receivers. I don't want to say the defense is trash. They have been helped out. There's no sugarcoating that. No pressures on Dalton, no turnovers. Only the linebackers can get to Andy Dalton for whatever reason. If Lavonte or Devin don't get to him, he's got the time. My brother coached Dalton and Jaquiz Rogers in Pee Wee football, Bucs in Houston. That's from Stan Glassman. That's really cool. That's a little FYI for everyone. I wonder how that went. I mean, Dalton obviously went on. I mean, they both went on to be NFL players, which is really cool. So nice. Brian, again, this is just a bad team, folks. The defense has looked good because they've played the worst offenses in the NFL all season. Same as last season. That's fair. Nate didn't like the Trask time comment. Trask, really? You might as well take Brady's resignation now if you pull that garbage. The line has Brady so scared for his life, he's thinking way too much back there. Brady wants to get rid of that ball as quickly as he possibly can. He doesn't want to stand back there. Occasionally, he'll move up in the pocket. And listen, the game's changing, not to the point that I think Brady's going to get phased out of the league. But nowadays, you need that quarterback that can escape the pressure. And Tom Brady's just not going to be that guy at 45 years old. Wasn't TB12 ranked number 1 going to the season? He could have been. There's 1,000 people that do rankings. Jade Hosington. I feel like it's just deja vu. Predictable play calling, 3-and-outs, no-name wide receivers making plays against Bucs defense, busted special teams coverage. Jade, spot on. Spot on. Shaggy says, this team giving me the brain pain. Did Brady already check out? I just think he's really frustrated. He's mad that he hasn't been making some of the plays. A-Team says, laughing at folks calling Gabbard or Trask. You think they suck now. Brady should have been MVP last season instead of Rodgers. This season, he's just been off. Yeah, I think if they would have given it to Brady, I wouldn't have argued against it. Honestly, if they beat the Saints and the Bucs get that number 1 seed, it probably goes to Brady. But, Rodgers won the MVP, and he struggled this year, too. I mean, he has a lot of injuries. So, we lost everyone. Let's just turn off the TV and make some s'mores. Very good dessert, but who knows? Again, it's only a 1-possession game. We'll see if the Bucs can get a stop here to start the third half as we welcome Adam back onto the show after a little break for him. Adam, the people are riled up over what Tampa Bay did in the first half, but listen, the game's not over. You said it. Like, it's only a 1-possession game. It could take an Andy Dalton fumble, a turnover. Maybe Brady finally connects on a deep shot. You can't give up just yet. I mean, it's the holiday season. These are where, seeing is believing and miracles happen this time of the year. So can't hold out hope just yet.
I think it starts with a stop here, though.
Yes. They have to establish it right away. I want to see a sack from a defensive lineman. A sack from anyone that isn't a linebacker.
Or I was going to say even more so like a turnover.
Yeah.
Like just creating something to give some life, some energy.
Turnovers are allowed.
Yeah.
They're not illegal. All right, starting off the third quarter, Saints run it with Alvin Kamara and stuffed by Devin White at the line of scrimmage. Great penetration from Akeem Hicks as well.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
One play at a time.
Get live 45. As DP Bucs 32. We need a big turnover from the defense to spark this team. Really anything to spark this team. David, though, says this game's over. 3 points is the max the Bucs can score versus Saints. It's a wrap. Hey, it's more points they scored against the Saints at Raymond James Stadium than last season. Dalton, Taysom Hill keeps it.
I was going to say, that was Andy Dalton. Whew. He's flying.
Dalton, he's not fast, but he'll occasionally scamper for some gains. Hill, the only touchdown in the game.
You mentioned that game last season. That was brutal.
Yeah, that was a tough one. Whew. Yeah, I was at that game. That was.
Were you?
Yeah, I was at every game in the press box last year when John Ledyard was doing the live stream. Now I'm the live stream guy.
Yeah.
3rd and 7. Dalton in shotgun. He's got 2 receivers to his left, another 2 to his right. He's got time. JTS coming up the middle. They dump it off to Ingram. Lavonte David is there, though.
There we go.
Swings, make the tackles. A very important 3 and out for the Bucs defense. Getting the ball immediately back to the Bucs.
And then both the captains on the drive making tackles for a loss.
Yes. Yes, the 2 linebackers, the 2 hosts of the dinner at Eddie V's. Make the big plays here to open up the third quarter.
And then the last drive that the Saints had, JTS was applying a lot of pressure on a couple plays and there too.
Yeah, he stunted into the middle on that one. Hey, look at that. Giovanni Bernard's on the field.
Giovanni
Bernard. Stephen Shea's also at this game, so shout out Stephen Shea. All right, Darden, you have plenty of room. Take it up the middle. Oh, you coward. Oh, and that's a block in the back. That's
out of bounds.
Back. That's a stupid. How did they not call a penalty?
No penalty. Okay.
That looked like a block in the back.
Yeah. Ain't mad at it.
Yeah. Can't be when it's when the refs miss something like that. We shall take it as long as it doesn't hurt the Bucs. Another thing you always got to be taking and buying it at your local bodega is Celsius Energy Drinks, the presenting sponsor of the Pewter Report podcast and the Pewter GameDay show. I'm currently drinking the watermelon berry. It is delicious. Adam was drinking the peach mango. They have so many different flavors, which is so awesome. 7 essential vitamins. It is the healthy version of an energy drink. As you see on the screen here, you can also go with the classic orange, the sparkling watermelon. The sparkling wild berry is great too. Cola and cucumber lime as well. Those are 2 separate flavors, not cola and cucumber lime together. Variety of different flavors. 7 essential vitamins, no crash, no sugar, all just a healthy version of an energy drink. Go to your Celsius store locator, throw in your address, find out where you can get a Celsius near you, whether it's your Walmart, your Target, your bodega, as I like to say. Went to a couple bodegas this weekend. Just make sure you're drinking Celsius energy drinks. And then when you find out that you love it, start buying it in bulk. I'd recommend getting the variety pack because variety is the spice of life. Go over to Amazon, do the subscribe and save, have it set up where it gets sent to your house or apartment every 1, 2, or 3 weeks. Whenever you want it, just make sure you're drinking Celsius energy drinks, the official sponsor of the Pewter Report podcast and the Pewter GameDay show.
I also got to say, the exam's coming up. Hey, Celsius, not a bad option. No crash. Got to stay up those late nights.
There you go, man.
Yeah.
Healthier for you than I'm not even going to say it. I'm going to get myself in trouble. But, the college kids like to stay up and study on certain things. I'll just leave it at that. But yeah, get a Celsius. Hashtag Celsius Live Fit. Also, we love when, if you're drinking a Celsius, tweet at us like with the picture of it, and we'll retweet it. We'll give you a shout out. We love Celsius, so make sure you are drinking it.
We also have some points.
Yes, love points. Not enough points for the over, but love points where the Bucs have more of it than their opponent. That's a run up the middle. I'm gonna put that tally down. So we're either at 4 or 5.
We got 5.
5. But no 3 and outs.
Yeah.
Progress.
One small step for mankind.
Yeah. Does seem we'll take a heroic effort for the Bucs to tie this up. Brady looking down the field, caught by Mike Evans. You want to talk about heroics? That was a fantastic catch by the greatest offensive player in Buccaneers history. Look at that. Mike Evans gets involved, and the Bucs make some plays and get down the field.
Great catch.
Oh, fantastic catch with 2 defenders around him. He goes up and gets it.
Don't know why that wasn't in the first half, but hey, better late than never.
Well, remember, he threw a pick on the next play, so let's not try to do that again. They'll probably just run it. Nope, they go play action. Brady going deep, down the field, looking. Oh, just again, another yard ahead of Julio Jones. They keep springing Julio deep. He's definitely going to be banged up after this game because he's dove for both of the balls that have gone his way.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, another ball just a little ahead of Jones. Couldn't get the full extension that time with the defender there. They'll set up a 2nd and 10. They run it because Rashad White's pretty good and heads up the field.
Solid run.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a flag.
Spoke too soon. It's definitely going to be a holding. I didn't see what the ref said. Yep, holding Josh Wells. All right, who wants to bet we're going to see a screen?
Slowly raise your hand.
Yeah. It's either a screen or a draw.
2nd and 20, I don't know if they do a draw. I think a solid screen pass. You never know.
Well, don't underestimate Byron Leftwich to run it on 2nd and 20.
Fair point.
He's ran it on 1st and 20 a couple times. Brady and shotgun. Scotty Miller's on the field. Oh, look at that. A swing pass for like 3 yards on a 2nd and 20.
Just don't understand.
The other thing I really don't get too, Adam, is the fact that like there wasn't really pressure around Brady. He just dropped it off like
he threw that
as
ball
quick
real quick
as possible.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you expect to convert a 3rd and 17? Unless you just go deep to Mike Evans. Brady has to step up. Caught by White, but he's not even close. He loses the ball.
Fumble.
Oh my God!
Way downfield.
There's no Bucs players around. That would have been, oh man. Cam Jordan. I mean, it doesn't really. Man, that's a tough one. 2nd turnover of the game. Yeah, Jordan just comes from behind.
Strip.
Yeah. But how I know they're all running routes and stuff, but like that ball traveled so far that it could have been recovered by a Buck.
Yeah.
The star players for the Saints that we all talked about come up with a big play. But in a weird way, that ball bounced where it's like it's not as great field position.
Yeah.
Compared to like where White was.
On 3rd and 17 anyway. It's like
Yeah, like a short punt or a good return.
The silver lining with little one is there.
Not worried. That's a punt. Hi, Dios mío. Yeah, man, this offense is just lost.
Yeah. Every week, too.
I was about to say, I know we say this every week, but...
Yeah. And then every week you think there's going to be a turnaround. There's so much buildup, and then just the same thing.
The sad part is, like... Great comment by Mark Fisher here. Bucs defense, that's called a turnover. Get one. Man. If we had a team that could score, we would be a lot better. You know what? You're right. You're right. They would.
I know we mentioned that this week in the podcast. Like if they would just score like 4 more points, from their average,
right? If they were just run of the mill, run of the mill.
That Jacksonville Jaguars offense.
Daniel here, silver lining, more like pewter lining. I like that. I like that. We're getting grateful about our fumbles now. Excellent comment by a geek of one. Stan Glassman, Josh Wells screwed that one up. The penalty wasn't great, but are you telling me that this offense... Well, I know the answer. It's just sad that this offense can't overcome one holding penalty and keep their drive going.
Yeah.
Eater 17. When is enough? When is it enough? Yeah, I don't know. Spunky boy, Bucs are boring to watch this year. They've played a lot of crappy games.
They have. There isn't one game you can be like, oh, that was a good game. That was exciting. It's like
I would say the Germany game.
Probably, the Germany game.
Germany game and the season opener. Yeah. Kevin Stryker, Bucs playbook. I don't know if there's a is there a follow-up to that? Like what their playbook looks like? Brian here. Brian says, honestly starting to think Brady played 1 year too long.
What, 14 touchdowns, 11 games?
Yeah, I don't
it's
know.
Like what, 1.3 a game?
I think a 20-year-old playing Madden can coach better than Byron. 2nd and 5 for New Orleans. They're going to run it with Ingram. Stopped by Devin White. Should be 3rd and inches. I would go Taysom Hill here again, but
yeah,
I don't know. I'm not a coach. Yeah, a lot of camera shots of the Bucs offensive players, and yeah, it's just bad, man. See the Bucs. Oh, they give it to the fullback.
Yeah,
he just gets enough. I don't know why Lavonte David's raising his fist up. He's like clearly like 2 yards over the marker. I mean, not good for the Bucs, but I like that fullbacks are still have a role in the NFL.
It's a lost art.
It is a lost art. Shout out Kyle Juszczyk, scored a touchdown yesterday for the 49ers. Taysom Hill in at tight end here. See if he goes deep again. He is running a route. Saints go play action. Dalton steps up, flips it to Ingram. And Zion McCollum kind of misses another tackle, but does get Ingram out of bounds. Damn, that was close.
That's one guy I feel like that's been in the league forever. Mark Ingram.
He really has. Yeah, I wonder who's the longest tenured NFL player, right? Besides Brady, obviously. I know Deshaun Jackson just signed to the Ravens active roster.
Aaron Rodgers has to be up there too.
Rodgers, yeah.
Yeah. Non-quarterback, probably Deshaun Jackson.
Yeah. Dalton.
Or Jason Peters.
Landry makes the catch here. $5 around him. No one can strip the ball out.
Yep.
I almost feel like the only way the Bucs are going to get back in this game, as wild as this sounds, they like have to give up a field goal, so they have to go up tempo, and then they'll like score a touchdown, and then they'll get the ball with like 3.5 minutes down a field goal. That's my prediction.
Taysom Hill here.
Yeah, Hill, play action. Looking down the field.
Finds Olave.
Yep, that doesn't help my underdog pick. Tom Brady's been the there's been 3 quarterbacks tonight, and he's been the worst out of all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bucs are just bad. Carlton Davis isn't having a great game either.
No, in the last play to Landry, Zion McCollum missed a tackle. Another one.
Saints inside the 30. They'll run it with Kamara. He hasn't had too much of an impact on this game.
No.
But the Saints haven't really needed it. Can the Bucs get off the field? 2nd and 6. 5:40 to go in the third quarter. It's been nasty. Jannard they run a screen with Troutman. He had the big play in the first half and gets enough for the first down here. Will Golston chases him down, but too little too late.
Yeah, missed tackle there. Could have stopped him after about 2 yards. Instead, they get the first.
Could have changed a lot.
Was that Lavonte David missed a tackle?
Yeah. Tom Brady has 3.38 fantasy points. Wild.
Yeah.
Not ideal. Dalton looking back. Throws. Caught by Kamara. Obviously breaks the Zion McCollum tackle. But Lavonte David's there. All right. Honestly, Adam, game's on the line here.
Yeah, if they score
never
a
mind.
touchdown.
That was
Lavonte
never mind.
David. No. He's on the ground.
I think I'm not an expert, but I think he's just cramping.
Yeah. Maybe the leg. Hammy.
That's the last thing they need. Lavonte's been the best player for the Bucs tonight, defensively.
A lot of pressure on that left leg, bringing Kamara down.
Yeah. Okay, maybe it's not a cramp. See, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Oh, you're jogging off the field, though. That's good.
That's good. KJ Britt is not back from IR just yet, so...
Is it Fadakasi then?
Could be 0-3 or maybe JJ Russell. Bucs calling for someone. They can ill afford to use a timeout here, too. Because they're going to need them late in the game, clearly down.
Yeah. 2nd and short here. At about the 4.
Yeah, that is Fadukasi in with Devin White. So I'm sure the Saints will attack him right away. Kamara in motion. They're going to run it with Ingram. Vita Vea makes a huge stop. Nicely done by Vita Vea.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vita looked angry in the huddle there. He was yelling at someone or something. And Lavonte David's back. So nice by Fadukasi to hold down the fort for one play.
Yeah.
All right. Crucial moment.
There is a flag.
Oh, no. Is it like... Okay, never mind. Too many men on the same. I thought it was going to be called on the Bucs, and it's going to be an automatic first down.
Thankfully not.
Crucial moment here. Bucs.
Raymond James is loud.
Yeah. Yeah, right? On a Monday, no less.
Yeah.
Bucs have to hold the Saints to a field goal. 3:48 to go in the third quarter. It's been this has been a rock fight, like I said. A couple of splash plays here and there.
Yeah.
Dalton in shotgun. He's got Hill lined up alone to the left, everyone else to the right. He rolls to his right, has room, throws it, caught by Hill, who's having a great game, but tackled immediately by Keanu Neal. That will be a stop. And we'll see if the Saints decide to go for it or kick the field goal. I would imagine
that's an interesting call.
Yeah, I imagine they'll kick the field goal, considering it would make it a 2-possession game.
Yeah.
That would help me. Over 3.5 field goals, this would make it 3. In the meantime, let's see how my underdog pick is doing.
It is good. It's a 13-3 game. Just under 3 minutes left in the third.
Okay. Right now, 3 of my 4 picks are doing quite well. Chris Godwin has 4 receptions. I even get higher than 7. The one that's not doing well is Kamara, higher than 49.5 rushing yards. He is at 19. So he's got a way to go. But the Saints will be running the ball.
Yeah.
Evans has 5 more receiving yards than Chris Olave, and the Bucs will get the ball here. And Rachaad White has 7 more rushing yards than Leonard Fournette. And the Bucs are in a throwing situation.
I feel like that's kind of the ebbs and flows of the Bucs offense. Start off good, kind of go down, and then late in the game, it's when Brady just racks up passing yards.
Get frantic.
Yeah,
that's been the case for a lot of it. But the Bucs are down bad right now. They need to put some points up. There's no question about that. They have to put some points up, and if you have trouble getting it up, you should be using Age Rejuvenation.
At Age Rejuvenation, we have a lot of interest about erectile dysfunction in men.
It's not like my sex life was dormant, but you can always improve.
It was having an adverse effect on my marriage and was very happy with the results.
We have various treatment programs available to enhance their physical abilities that can improve blood flow and sensitivity.
The pulse wave has made it so much better.
It's been a significant improvement. The good news was that I heard it from my wife.
Stop waiting. Start doing Age Rejuvenation.
Bucs offense needs to be rejuvenated here, but check out agerejuvenation.com. They have a lot of great things to offer. John Gilmore, Scott Reynolds speak very highly of it. So look great, feel great, have better sex using Age Rejuvenation. Check out all the different therapies and stem cell work that they have going on. Go to agerejuvenation.com tonight and get a head start. A couple of comments here. Getting jiggy with it. Bolts own Tampa. Hey, well, they've won 2 cups in a row. Went back to the finals last year. Frank G says the Bucs are going to run the ball on 1st and 10.
Maybe.
J-Rad, yes, Brady has the arm strength clearly, but the accuracy is not there this season.
Now, that's an interesting point because he still zips the ball, but we've seen all season just not making the routine throws or Brady-like throws.
Yeah, absolutely. Shaggy here, Matt, killing it with the segues. Thank you, Shaggy. I appreciate that compliment.
The last one, A tier. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Bucs will get the kickoff. I saw some people questioning like why Rachaad White isn't doing the kickoff. Well, he's become pretty much their starting running back. So You want to keep him fresh. Justin is putting $1,000 on that they run it on first down. Brady plays like he doesn't believe in himself anymore. Don't get it. Well, if Tom Brady's doubting himself, then we're all screwed.
For real. There's a first down run here. Leonard Fournette.
Up the middle for Fournette. That won't help with my underdog fantasy bet, but that's all right.
Let's see where they mark it.
6 runs up the middle. But at least they won on first down. It's not always the fact that it's a run. It's the fact that it's a run for no gain.
Yeah.
I mean, this offense just isn't going to change. Fournette again gets the first down and a little bit more.
Back-to-back solid runs.
Yeah, Fournette making the most of his opportunities, obviously, with the fumble by Rashad. And once again, they've shown the ability to get a couple of first downs, but they need... It can't just be 1 or 2. It needs to be sustainable. Or go get the chunk plays, but they haven't been able to do that. And they're not going to... You can do it against some teams, but against the Saints defense, you're not going to beat them by death by 1,000 paper cuts, you know?
Right.
Screen pass to Chris Godwin, that helps there. But again, they've run that play to Godwin, what, 4 times tonight?
Yeah.
Predictable. I like it. Subbing Kyle Rudolph for Chris Godwin. That's going to work.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, let's go jumbo so they can run it with Fournette.
Oh,
Brady gets the shotgun. Tipped and damn, incomplete.
Ruled incomplete. That was almost a great play by Cam
Jordan. Terrorizing the Bucs tonight. Forced fumble. All the star players making plays.
Yeah.
Davis with the pick.
Jordan with the forced fumble.
And to no surprise, Brady going to the running back. So 3rd and 4. 51 seconds to go in the third quarter. Brady looking, fires, caught by Cade Otton. Otton seems to always come alive late in the game. That's a good sign right there.
Yep.
Bucs will have to run one more play here in this quarter.
John Gilmore brought up an interesting point in the pregame, talking about Cade Otton and like his route tree. I mean, he runs a really good route tree for a rookie tight end.
He does. Let's go. Play action. Deep to Mike Evans. Brady steps up in the pocket, throws over the middle, and it's dropped by Keefe. Chief Keefe. Not ideal there. Hit him like right in the stomach. Yeah, I mean, just look at the expression on Brady's face.
Yeah. He just looks angry, but not in a good way. Like, not putting up points angry.
Yeah. Not like, oh, let's effing go.
Yeah.
Oh, Wells got beat bad by, oh, man, another one off the hands, this time to Otton. Bucs falling apart at the wrong time. And Wells went one-on-one with Cam Jordan there and got a pretty good push on him. The Honey Badger in coverage. I mean, listen, it was tight. Oh, maybe the Honey Badger got a hand on the ball.
That wasn't a favorable matchup, though. Matthew against Otton.
Brady scrambling, rolling, throws across to Otton.
On 3rd and 10?
Yeah. Well, what do you do here? You kind of got to go for it.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah. That's it. That was the last play of the third quarter. Want to say thanks to Leo. Thank you for this $5 super chat, Leo. You the man. Always up here in the chats. Leo says, think it's safe to say Bowles Leftwich is gone. To be handed this team, and this is the result. Start the new regime. Brady also seems cooked. All right. There's a lot to break down with this. Because it goes further than just I do think Byron Leftwich is gone this season no matter what happens. I don't think he's back next year. Bowles is in his first year coaching this team. And let's remember, I know they're all Bruce Arians guys, but Bowles became the head coach in what? In
late March?
Late March, early April, like right before the draft. So he didn't get to pick his coaching staff. Every team had their coaching staff set by then. So he had to go with the guys that were in there. The Glazers typically give their coaches at least 2 years. And the Glazers are kind of on house money right now because, remember, the season tickets this year with Tom Brady coming back, there was that rule that you also had to buy season tickets for next season. So they're already sold out for this year and next season. So do you give Bowles another chance knowing, okay, well, they're already making money on this anyway? Do you give Bowles another chance to turn it around, albeit with Brady not there? And then if that completely tanks, then you clean house with Bowles and whoever's there. You get a new coaching staff and pair it with what is likely to be a rookie quarterback. So I think that could be the play there. But if they lose out, then I think Bowles can get fired.
I think so. I think next year, with Leftwich being gone, presumably, I would assume get a more innovative guy in there. With Todd Bowles, though, next year, if Brady's not there, be more of like a retool year. And then kind of see where you're at from there.
Right. And it's like, what do? Do you go with Kyle Trask?
You have to see what you have in him. I mean, next year will be his third season.
Yeah. Oh, my God. They're punting it.
Really? Why? The 40-yard line?
That just shows they got no guts.
Yeah.
And it's a touchback.
Oh, Tom Brady is
really
pissed on the sideline. He's ready to throw a tablet.
Oh, man. I must have missed
yelling.
that. I'm tweeting out. They're punting it.
Whew. Just more of the same, Bucs fans.
Yeah.
There is no reason we should have 3 points right now.
Right. No guts. No guts at all. That's honestly pathetic, man.
Yeah. You take out the Taysom Hill play, the Saints have 6 points.
Exactly.
Like, defense has done its job.
And again, well, bailed out
on a couple plays here and there. Yeah.
But still,
they play like a defense.
That's absolutely, yeah. Todd Bowles starring in Coaching Scared. It's gutless. Like, sure, yeah, you want to trust your defense, great. But you cannot allow another stop. You can't even allow like 2 first downs because they're just going to kill the clock.
Yeah.
And look at that. Ingram's wide open. Wide open.
I mean,
going to set up a third and short.
If you trust your defense more, you put them in unfavorable situations and you see if they can execute. You put them at the 40-yard line if they don't convert. That's a risk you take.
Yeah. This is just ugly, man. It's sad.
Yeah.
No guts.
It's getting hard to quantify it week by week because it just, I don't know.
The only thing the Bucs have going for them is that they're still going to be in first place.
Yeah.
3rd and 3. Looks like the Bucs are going to send the house. They do. They don't get to Dalton.
He completes it.
Yep. To Olave, beat Zion McCollum in coverage. That'll put the Saints at about midfield.
Yeah,
maybe even longer.
That was a big gain on that one. Not good for the line for you.
Oh, the underdog line? Yeah.
Yeah.
But the under's looking great. I also took the Saints money line, even though I predicted the Bucs to win.
Yeah. Zion just isn't looking good. He got beat on that play.
No, he's definitely having a tough rookie season.
Yeah.
I can honestly see, like, okay, with the Bucs punting it there, I can see if you're down 1 score, then yeah, I still don't fully agree, but I get it punting there. But when you're down 2 scores, and again, the Saints are going to take a ton of time off the clock on this one.
Yep, they're going to move the ball down the field.
Again, Tom Brady's been the 3rd best quarterback tonight. This is tough to watch, man. On a Monday night, too?
Yeah.
On a Monday night? Like, couldn't this be at Sunday at 1?
You got to stay up late and just...
Yeah, this is ugly. As the Bucs just tweet, the fight isn't over. It's like, yeah, it is.
Where is the fight?
And there's a penalty on Carlton Davis. Man. I'm all right. Thank you, though. Yeah, water would be great. Thanks. Carlton Davis called for pass interference. I like the slow-mo camera on him.
Yeah.
Thank you. It looked way worse live.
Yeah, it looked like he grabbed him.
Nothing like showing angry or dejected fans. Like, I've been watching a lot of the World Cup lately, and when they show, like, the fans of, like, whatever team lost or is down a goal, as Taysom Hill runs for, like, 7 yards. That was a tough hit by Logan Ryan.
Like South Korea today against Brazil. Yeah. That was like 4-0 early.
It was. Or I think it was Japan, because Japan lost, like, Japan lost on penalty kicks. And they showed the fans after. That was some funny stuff. With all due respect. I'm not singling out Japan. It's just like any fans in general of a losing team.
Yeah.
Which Bucs fans will experience soon. Most likely.
Yeah.
Never say never. Yeah, I'm with you. Like, you kind of just feel that Brady magic is going to happen at some point. Like, maybe not even this game, but in general. Man, what a horrible season.
I know the defense held like a dinner. Like, how many dinners can the offense
Right,
hold?
yeah.
Like,
they need to, like, go West Virginia style and, like, burn a couch or something. I think that's what West Virginia does. 3rd and 4. Would love for the Bucs to get a stop and the Saints kick a field goal, and I hit that bet.
Ooh.
But no, Olave's just going to be wide open beating Zion McCollum.
McCollum fell on that play too.
I would say even the best fall down sometime, but he's their worst corner.
Yeah.
Just a simple zone coverage. Yep. But Todd trusted his defense to get the stop.
Yeah. And this is an average offense. Like, I think they rank like 18th in points per game.
Yeah.
So they're not like setting the world on fire by any means. But
They have Olave and Taysom Hill, and that's it. Like, Kamara hasn't been a factor.
yeah.
Ingram's 1,000 years old, with all due respect.
Running back age.
Yeah. NFL age. Yeah. There's football age, and then there's running back age.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just pathetic. It's
And then
really
quickly,
pathetic.
it's almost half the fourth quarter is gone
Yeah.
because of that.
They had, what, one possession in the fourth quarter?
Yeah.
And that's it. You're going to have 3 teams with 5 wins in the NFC South.
And I don't want to pick on Todd Bowles here, but whenever they cut to the sidelines, he just has a straight face. You know, like most coaches, like Sean McVay, he's running up and down the sidelines.
Yeah. Brian Daboll, the Giants head coach, is always screaming at someone.
Or Mike McDaniel from the Dolphins. He's funny. It's just like, I don't know.
Yeah.
There just isn't life here.
Oh,
that's not a...
did he land on the pylon? And that's like a heavy thing, too. That's not just like a soft little cushion.
Yeah. Ooh, right in the back of the head.
Ah, damn. Yeah, that sucks.
You know, during halftime, I was checking like some Bucs, like the Bucs feed, and they posted like the little halftime update, and just the memes are brutal. Like I can't imagine right now.
Yeah, I'm sure they're bad. Hey, thank you to Teddy for this $5 super chat. An apathetic fan base is the worst kind to have. Sad to say I've reached that point. Feels like the pre-Brady days. No emotion because no expectations. That's why I've said you have to appreciate the good times with this team. Because, yeah, it was bad before Brady got here. Pretty much in between their first Super Bowl and then Brady getting here. Over a decade of not making the playoffs. So you got to appreciate what you had in 2020 and 2021 with Brady here. And, yeah, it's kind of upsetting seeing, like, how far this team has fallen from grace. You know, I understand there's some changes here and there, but it's still the main nucleus of this team. Same core, mostly intact. And, yeah, you keep hoping for something different, and it's just not the case. Not even close.
Yeah.
Very frustrating. Very frustrating. Warren G, they just wasting time at this point. 27 single-handedly ruining this game. Yeah, not great. Not great.
But it's like after this game, if they don't win,
yeah, they're going to lose to
they
the
don't beat the
Niners.
Bengals.
Right.
And they don't beat the Niners. So that's 5-9. I mean, they still might lead the NFC South, but like
yeah, exactly. Hey, let's talk real quick about Pin Chasers. If you haven't gone yet, they have multiple locations across Tampa, including one close to the Evan Health Training Center where the Bucs play. Food's very underrated. Ton of great deals, including dollar beers and all-you-can-eat pizza. Go to pinchasers.net to find out what deal they have for you. Check it out. Dalton's pass there, tipped, I guess, by Carl Nassib. And that's big for the Bucs.
Yeah,
force a field goal, still makes it a 2-possession game. Bucs still alive, not by much, but still alive. And I could hit my bet here. Should have taken Lutz. Damn it.
Right? I know. That was a good one, too.
Yeah. And that is good. I've hit my bet of over 3.5 field goals in this game. We call it the Friedman because this bet was inspired by my friend Greg Friedman. Shout out, Greg. And shout out Matthew for this $5 super chat. Thank you, Matthew. Great name. We have moved up from a bottom 10 coaching staff to a bottom 2 in the NFL. So sad to watch such a poorly coached team with no heart. I really want to give Todd Bowles the benefit of the doubt of he learned from his mistakes in New York coaching the Jets. Things are going to be different. But he had terrible timeout management last week. He says he trusts his offense, but he clearly doesn't. He contradicted himself last week about being afraid to throw an interception. Now he doesn't even want to go for it when you're down 2 scores and you need to. And he punts it away, and then the team drives all the way down the field, takes a ton of time off the clock, and kicks a field goal to extend their lead. Still a 2-possession game, but much tougher now. Have to score 2 touchdowns versus a touchdown and a field goal.
Yeah. I don't know, like the bottom 10, if we're talking about like last season, but last
Yeah,
season the
like
coaching staff was fine.
Right.
With Arians, and Bowles is a defensive coordinator instead of a head coach. Now in that role, I mean.
Yeah, Bowles a top 5 D coordinator, but
yeah, I would say that.
Brian says Nassib is way better than JTS. Seems to be making more plays. The defense is doing their job. You have no offense. In today's NFL, if you're only allowing 1 touchdown, that's a win for like the defense. And I said, whoever scores a touchdown first is going to win.
Yeah. It's still surprising. Like the point differential is pretty much even for the Bucs this year.
Yeah.
Like,
I know
with their offense, the fact that that's even a thing. Like,
I like this comment from Peter Bricks. Brady brought a Super Bowl to the Bucs. Now he's bringing a top 5 pick.
Might be interesting with the draft coming up.
I know. I would have loved for the Bucs to get I would have loved for them to get Hendon Hooker. Honestly, what I think they should do, if things keep going downhill and they're not going to make the playoffs, I would really like to see. I mean, I want the team to play well, but ride it out with Kyle Trask next year, tank, and get Caleb Williams, the USC.
Yeah, the USC. Yeah.
Yeah. I know it didn't look great against Utah, but another year under his belt, I think. I don't know. That would be my plan of action, and then get an offensive guru to go with him.
Yeah,
screw it. Try to get Lincoln Riley as the coach.
Bring him along.
Okay, 8:02 to go. This game hanging in the balance. Bucs need 2 touchdowns.
Still a lot of time for Mr. Brady, though.
Mr. Brady, yeah. Anthony Napolitano. Brothers, come on now. We're still alive. We've been dead at the end of the second quarter. This offense ain't scoring squat. The only time we'll score is effing 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter every effing game. They do play their best offense at this time when it's complete panic mode.
Yeah.
And they need
to
get
throw
it
the
together.
playbook aside, and they're like, all right, Brady, run it.
Let's get a little Mike Evans action here.
And it starts off with a sack.
Okay, now it's done. It's over. Now all we have is the Brady tantrum. Yeah, this is bad. Second and 17. We've seen the Bucs not able to overcome second and 20.
And it's a short pass and incomplete to Chris Godwin.
So this is going to be a 3 and out as Chris Godwin comes up kind of limping. This is going to be a 3 and out that took, 15 seconds off the clock?
Yeah, something like that.
I wonder if the fans are booing right now. Oh,
almost
boy.
Got sacked.
Oh, Rashad. A desperation backflip by. It's kind of like what Brady did last week against the Browns that got them the first down, but there was a penalty on Donovan Smith.
Yeah.
And now the Bucs are going to go
looks like
for it.
They're going to go for it on 4th and 10 now. I mean, you have to, but they should have gone for it last time. Like,
exactly.
What are we doing here?
Yeah, Cam Jordan just completely destroyed Josh Wells on that play.
Yeah.
Looked like Tom Brady may have gotten Pulisic on that play.
Too soon.
All right, game on the line. No biggie.
Nah.
Oh, nope, they're going to punt it.
Oh, okay.
Hey, trust the defense. They did it last time. Maybe they'll run a fake. I mean, what else you got to lose?
Hey, maybe Camarda has an arm.
He's run a fake before, but he ran it. I don't know. Yeah, arm-wise, I don't know how good he is. You got Scotty as a receiver, so. And that one was like a line drive.
Yeah, and that was a solid return, too.
Yeah,
up to midfield.
At midfield, no biggie. Rashad White with the tackle. Man, this is
frustrating. Like, to no avail.
I said Bucs are going to win 19-9. I think it might just be flipped now. The Saints are going to win 19-9.
Yeah. I thought the Bucs would put up 20 points. That's bold prediction nowadays.
Just a reminder to everyone, we will have the Pewter post-game show after this, so feel free to vent about that. It'll be myself and Scott Reynolds for the Pewter post-game show. So that'll be taking place not very long after the game is done. We'll put it up on our social media, but just keep an eye out for that. We've had a lot of coverage today, starting with the Pewter Tailgate show. That, of course, was live over at Walk-Ons. Have to check out Walk-Ons if you haven't yet. Awesome food. It's a Cajun theme, but they have a little bit of everything, so you can't go wrong with the food there. I've had wings there. I've had, prime rib. I've even had their pasta there, and then, of course, like their Cajun food as well is great. Happy hour all day on Tuesday. They got 22-ounce beers, a couple different deals with the wings and things of that nature. So definitely go on Tuesday, but it's an awesome sports bar. There's one in Midtown. That's where we were today. We'll be in the Wesley Chapel one next week. It's partially owned, Walk-Ons, partially owned by Bucs inside linebacker Devin White. So you're supporting him as well by going to Walk-Ons. Check them both out because they're both a little bit different, which is cool. But, same theme, sports bar, ton of TVs. Watch the Thursday night game there. Watch the next Bucs game over there. Walk-On Sports Bistro. What are we saying in the chats here? Yeah, go ahead.
I was also going to say, because I was looking at Twitter, John Ledyard, he posted a couple minutes ago, this can't be real from Bowles. And on both of the times they punted in the fourth quarter, what have they really gotten out of it? Like, because the Saints have had solid returns too.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's like,
well, yeah, the last one was a touchback. So like everyone said, max gain or net gain of like 20 yards.
Yeah.
Yeah. Leo, $2 super chat. Thanks, Leo. Glazers need to clean house. Bowles is a coward. Hey, if the Bucs lose out, and at this point, I don't think we can rule it out because Niners, I don't care who their quarterback is, they're not scoring points. So, the Niners, that's a winnable game for them. Bengals, 2 right there. I mean, the Cardinals are a mess, but so are the Bucs.
Yeah.
And then Panthers, Falcons. I think I'm missing a team in there, but not good. Not good at all. Mark says, have a great day. And in case I don't see you, have a great tomorrow. Thank you, Mark. You enjoy your night and enjoy your day tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
Calling Oz, Max Payne approaching, failure at all phases of the team. Total.
We went from brain pain to max pain.
Yeah, a lot of pain. Just pain in general.
Yeah, just pain.
Bad Bowling 101. Appreciate the $1.99 super chat. Bucs need to not wait, but fire everyone tonight. What are they going to do? Like a Jeff Saturday situation as Ingram makes the catch, gets a yard short.
You have some interesting options out there. We recently looked at like the Bucs staff of all-time players.
Yeah, maybe like Warren Sapp will coach the team.
Yeah, like Rondé Barber.
Yeah, Rondé. They can help his Hall of Fame case.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he takes the Bucs from this team and gets them into the playoffs and wins, then yeah.
How many more losses in a row, like before they make a change, though? I mean, if they're 5-9,
they're not.
Byron's
They're not
still like the offensive coordinator.
The problem, Adam, is they're already in. Oh, the ball's up in the air, knocked away by Carlton Davis. A lot of camera on Bruce Arians.
Yeah, they show Bruce Arians.
As Matthew says, what an effing embarrassment with these coaches. Cali Bucks in all caps. BA needs to unretire immediately. Frank G. BA with a couple exclamation points. Stan Glassman. We miss BA. Mr. Wright said, just had to vent a bit. I had to turn it off talking about the game.
Well, the Bucs do get the ball back.
Yeah.
Pin back deep, though. But
oh, what the hell? Pepe De La 110. Bucs need a mojo speech from Austin Powers. Yeah, baby. Love Austin Powers. Great movie. I was Austin Powers for Halloween. Not like this year, but a couple years ago. I did it like 2 years in a row. Great costume. Watch it over Thanksgiving as well. But we're in December now. It's on to the holiday season. Bad Bowling 101, another super chat. You guys laughed, but Barber couldn't do worse. Probably couldn't.
No.
Pat says fire Leftwich ASAP. Brady and shotgun here on 1st and 10. Throw is low. Was it
Did it
hit
hit the ground?
I thought it hit the ground. If not, it's game over. I thought it hit the ground.
I thought so too. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, okay. We miss scoring. LOL, it gets worse. 2nd and 10, and what's been an abomination of not just a divisional game, but a game on prime time. Brady gets the snap, steps up, throws, caught by Godwin, tackled by the shoes, but it is caught for a first down. So
they are moving no huddle.
Praise be to Godwin. Hey, you got to walk 3 timeouts. A touchdown here, and with 3 minutes to go, and you have a ball game. Brady has time, moves in the pocket, and just throws it away. I don't think he was legitimately trying to complete that to Julio.
No.
Julio, I don't believe, has a catch tonight. They've obviously tried him on a couple of targets. Yep, as they say. And Godwin's limping. Why does he always get hurt against the Saints? Oh, man. 2nd and 10, Brady and shotgun. Looks, throws to the right side, caught by Evans, takes a hard hit. Hit into Bowles, too, as he's sending a message to the rest of the team.
Right. They go back to the out route there.
Yeah. Good throw by Brady. Damn, Bowles fell over. Julio makes a catch. Spin move. Breaks a couple more. Nice 9-yard gain.
Still got 4 minutes left.
Yeah. Tick, 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 tick. Fournette makes the catch. Heads upfield. Over midfield. Bucs got to move it.
Yep.
16-3, 3:45 to go. Brady gets the snap on 1st and 10, looking, fires to the right side, caught by Evans, gets out of bounds. And as you said, there is a penalty on the play. Probably on the Bucs. We'll see, though.
Oh, no foul.
Okay.
And the clock stopped.
Yeah, that helps. And Mike Evans just surpassed Shannon Sharp for 50th most receiving yards in NFL history. So congratulations to Mike Evans as they run it, because time is of the essence. They run it with Leonard Fournette for a first down. Byron playing chess while everyone else is playing checkers.
Exactly.
Again, if you're only down 13-3, you can do it. Brady throws over the middle, just missed a diving Cade Otton. Looked kind of reminiscent of when he made that slide and catch against the Rams on that last drive.
Like this whole drive, though, like the Saints defensive line just been pushing the Bucs offensive line.
They have. Brady's had to move around. He obviously isn't stable enough.
Yeah, again here.
Fournette fighting for the extra yards, though, but they're probably going to get the Bucs for either a holding or a legal block in the back, or yeah. They couldn't even get to the ref quick enough. Donovan Smith.
I don't even understand how it's holding. I mean, it was like half a second. Like the Bucs offensive line has no resistance.
That was a bad camera angle to show it, because I think he got him with the right arm.
Yeah.
2nd and 20. Brady's got to go deep. He throws it down the middle. He's got Evans. Yeah, throw the flag.
Yeah, let's go.
Needed that. I actually would love, because I am playing Brady in fantasy football, and I have a slight lead. I would love if they ran it.
Just get that quarterback sneak and
get that for no. I'm playing it against him. So I would love like a Leonard Fournette 1-yard rushing touchdown here.
Yeah.
Dennis Allen not happy. All right, 1st and goal for the Bucs. 3:03 to go.
All 3 timeouts.
Come on, run it.
Run
it. They're not going to run it. Hand it off to Chris Godwin. And it's a touchdown for Cade Otton. All right, Bucs are in. It's a 1-possession game.
Another touchdown. They would even have the lead.
Yeah, they would. Oh, man. It's coming. This is like every Bucs game, coming down to the wire.
I almost feel like they purposely just don't do good until the 4th quarter. And
Exactly.
like, let's turn it up.
They're like, all right, we're bored. let's just make it chaotic at the end.
Yeah.
The truth. Bowles upset he wanted a field goal. Why do we find an offense now? LOL, what the hell? Oh man. Brady to Otton.
If that was Cam Brate, I don't think he gets a separation on that.
Maybe not. Congrats to Cade Otton, though.
Yeah.
All right, 3 minutes to go. Bucs have all 3 of their timeouts. The longest touchdown drive of the season for the Bucs.
And they did it in like 2 minutes. Wasn't too shabby.
Yeah. Yeah, had that big pass interference penalty that helped.
Yeah.
That was also similar to the game-winning. I know it's a little different, but similar to the game-winning touchdown that Otton had against the Rams.
Yeah. That was another game where the Bucs didn't play good all game until the last drive.
Yeah. Kamara on the kickoff. Kicks it for a touchback. All right, so this is going to be on the Bucs defense here. This is what Todd Bowles wants.
Yeah. We've relied on him all game.
So they're putting all the 5-win and 4-win NFC South teams in the sniffing around category. Interesting.
Yeah. If the Bucs lose, they would have the same record as the Lions. That's not something I expected.
No, not at all. And the wild, I mean, except for the Commanders and the Seahawks, the wild card's like pretty set.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, 'cause there's 3 now.
A run with Kamara on first down gets about 3 or 4 yards. Not exactly what you want.
They are using their timeouts early. Shout out Todd Bowles with the
yeah. That's good. That's good. I should probably put the score back up.
Yeah.
Now the Bucs added to it.
They were chilling at 3 for a very long time.
Yeah. You didn't have to do a lot of adjustments to it.
It's almost like a baseball game.
Yeah. Saints go play action on second down. If they can get to him, Carl Nassib does. That's a huge sack for the Bucs.
Yeah.
Oh.
Needed that. Definitely.
That was a gigantic play. As the Bucs call their second timeout.
Gets the guys fired up too.
Yeah, that sack by Carl Nassib brought to you by Pirate Republic, the official beer of PewterReport.com. Check out the Long John Pilsner, the Take No Quarter IPA, and the Golden Haze Piracy Belgian Wit beer. You can find them at Lucan's Liquors, ABC Liquors, Total Wine, and more. They're all across the Tampa Bay area now. If you go to Ybor City, go to New York Pizza, you can find it there too. So Pirate Republic, the official beer of PewterReport.com. Check it out. 3rd and 17 for New Orleans. Bucs can't allow this. Dalton throwing it over the middle. It's caught by Taysom Hill. It's incomplete. Oh, a huge hit.
Whew.
A huge hit by Keanu Neal. I can't tell if he's hurt or someone else, but
it looks like Jamel Dean.
Oh, man. Laid the smackdown on Taysom Hill. That would have essentially sealed the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, drills Jamel Dean. Oh, man. He had it.
Ooh,
and Neal
kind of
with
an awkward
a huge
landing.
hit. Yeah. So that does
leg.
2 things. That, it does a couple things. 3, actually. 1, it gets the Bucs the ball back. 2, it saves the Bucs a timeout. And 3, they also will have the 2-minute warning. So the Bucs are going to have the ball with a chance to win the game. And they will get it with pretty solid field position at the 37.
Yeah, that sack was huge too for field position.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It is coming down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. This has been an ugly game for a majority of it, but a good chance here.
See, Bowles and Leftwich, they just want to build the suspense.
Yeah, that's all they want to do.
Yeah.
Darden is complete waste. Wow. Game on the line. 2:29 to go. The Bucs have a chance to win this ball game. Can you believe it? Brady looking to his left. Throws it to Jones. Makes the catch for about 4 to 5 yards. We'll see how up-tempo the Bucs go knowing they have the 2-minute warning and the 1 timeout. Saints, of course, have all 3 timeouts. So, I mean, the Bucs are just focused on scoring, but if they get close enough, you don't want to score too quickly.
Yeah.
Brady calling out some directions, takes the snap, looks, throws over the middle, caught by Godwin, gets over the first down marker and across the 50. That'll send us to the 2-minute warning with 1:55 to go. The drama, ladies and gentlemen, this is turning into a heck of a game late. Not exactly because of a great performance, but it is very close at the end. And, it's getting the juices flowing, kind of like if you were gambling on something, which if you go to the Seminole Hard Rock Casino in Tampa, you can do that. So let's hear a message from our friends at the Hard Rock Casino.
Just the way you like it. Me and my wife decided we'll have some fun. I was playing a 2-cent machine. 6 bets in, I hit a jackpot. Just the way
Right now.
Just the way you like it. Me and my wife decided we'll have some fun. I was playing a 2-cent machine. 6 bets in, I hit a jackpot. $117,000.
Hi, my name is Tara, and I won over $500,000 playing slot. I do this full time, and I would not change it for the world.
I'm Gloria. I won over $2 million at Seminole Hard Rock Casino. I went and bought a bunch of jewelry.
My name is Mike, and I won over $350,000. I love playing baccarat because it hits different. When you pull in that card and you flip over that 9, beating that 8, can't miss.
I'm Jimmy. I won $500,000 in a slot tournament at Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa. Even a blind squirrel can get a nut sometimes.
My name is Philip, and I won $215,000 on Blazing Sevens.
Put my last $40 on the table.
Next thing you know, bam, $215,000 jackpot. I hit that bad boy.
I didn't realize how much it would change my life.
You only live once. Have fun with it, right?
Anybody can win at Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa.
Never know when you can win big.
Anybody can win at Raymond James, too.
Yeah. Apparently. Never know when you can win big. Check out the Seminole Hard Rock Casino in Tampa. I will actually be there this Saturday. So maybe we'll, if you go Saturday, say what up.
What's your game of choice? What do you like to do?
I like roulette. If I'm doing a card game, I like blackjack is usually my go-to card game. I like messing around with some of the slots too, but yeah, roulette's probably my favorite. What about you? Do you have one?
Definitely blackjack.
Yeah.
I think that's a lot of fun.
I like to go though when it's not like a full table.
Yeah.
Because I know the
Just
rules and stuff, but I know there's stuff like you shouldn't hit on this or whatever. I remember I was in Aruba and I decided to stay when I should have hit or vice versa. And this guy on the other edge who got the next card was like, oh, what the heck? I was like, you got a problem? He's like, oh, I'm sorry.
They get mad. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, Shaggy's a blackjack fan. Yeah. But yeah, I like to do a little bit of everything. They run it with Fournette on second down. He gets up the middle all the way to the 30. Leonard Fournette chugging along. Oh, man, we are getting close.
Ooh.
You know what would be I don't even want to say it. I won't say it. Oh, man. Bucs at the 30 with 1:30 to go. Completes to Otten. Oh, did he lose the ball? No, he was. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
No.
Oh.
I have to roll him down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Woo.
Don't play with my emotions.
Yeah. All right, 2nd and 6. A minute to go. Bucs still have a timeout. Throws it high for Otten. Ooh, would have been great if the Bucs only needed to kick a field goal.
Yeah. Instead, they need 7. Less than a minute to go.
58 seconds remain. 3rd and 6. The Bucs have 2 more downs to continue to move the ball. They got Julio, Cade, Chris Godwin, Scotty Miller. No Mike Evans on this play. Quite odd. Crunch time. They throw to Scotty Miller, who takes a huge hit. But it's a first down for Tampa Bay with 50 seconds to go. You got to think, like, would the Saints start calling their timeouts?
Yeah.
You got to think, like, you know, the way they're moving it, Brady in shotgun. Throws, looking for Julio. He makes the catch. What a catch by Julio Jones with 34 seconds to go. The clock's ticking. 30 seconds.
Help him
They're at
up.
like a 3 or 4. That was a tremendous catch by Julio Jones.
That's some vintage Julio right there.
Yeah, that is vintage Julio. 20 seconds to go. Brady, that's a false start. Nope. Saints call a timeout with 7
Yeah, they should have called timeouts before that.
Yeah. They should have called it as soon as Julio made that catch.
Yeah.
Because you need you only need a field goal, but you need all the time that you can get.
Exactly. It started with that play to Scotty Miller, though.
Yeah.
Trusting him on a 3rd down. That was a crucial catch, and then
what a
another
play
one
by Scotty Miller and Julio.
Yeah.
Oh, he got kicked like in the backside after that play too, or need. Oh, fantastic catch by Julio Jones. That's exactly why they signed him. All right, 19 seconds remaining. Brady in shotgun. Fournette goes to the left side of Brady. Gets the snap. Looking over the middle. Throws. It's caught by Chris Godwin. Touchdown, Bucs. They tied the game up with 16 seconds to go. But no.
No.
They're running back. There's a flag. It's a holding on Donovan Smith.
Another one.
Oh, my God.
That's inexcusable.
Was it a penalty, though? I don't know. That's a tough one to call in a crucial moment of the game. He does kind of tackle him.
Yeah.
He gets wrapped up with Nick Leverett, too. Oh, my goodness. I would have put a bow on everything. All right, 16 seconds to go. Brady fires over the middle. It's incomplete to Godwin. 12 seconds remaining. Bucs have 1 timeout. It'll be 2nd and goal. But you only have 12 seconds, so you have 2, maybe 3 plays left. Oh, my God. The drama. Down to the final seconds. Bucs at the 15. Brady gets the snap, looking to his right. Throws. It's caught by Godwin. He gets out of bounds at the 5 with about 8 seconds to go. So the Bucs will have 2 plays with 8 seconds. You could probably run 2 plays.
If he would have stayed in bounds on there,
yeah,
that one, if he was able to, it looked like.
Yeah, the momentum was kind of taking him out of bounds, but I hear you. Oh, man.
Whew.
The drama.
Yeah, the drama.
Brady is 7-9 for 57 yards in this drive. Bucs are at the 6-yard line. And the Saints call a timeout. They're 2nd. Oh, my goodness. This is just like the Rams game all over again.
It is. Has a lot of parallels.
Now everyone's saying Brady's washed. Yeah, Brady's cooked. He doesn't have it anymore.
You just never know with Brady. Can never count him out.
Never can. One more Bruce Arians shot.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Game on the line. No other quarterback you'd rather have. Brady and the Bucs. 6 seconds to go. K-Dot goes in motion. Brady gets the snap. Looking. Throws. It's caught by White. He's in! Touchdown, Bucs! This one's going to count. Rashad White gets the game-tying touchdown with 3 seconds to go. The Bucs are an extra point away from going up by a point. Oh, what a wild comeback for the Bucs and Brady. He orchestrates
Finally, Brady, he's happy.
Winning drive. What a play. Rachaad White fumbles earlier in the game and comes back to make this touchdown. You can't make this up. Now, the all-crucial extra point.
Yes.
Snap is good. Kick is up. There's a flag on the play. But it is good. What is the penalty?
They just got to play with our hearts.
It's on the Saints. It's on the Saints.
Okay.
The extra point is good. The Bucs have taken the lead, ladies and gentlemen. Goodness gracious. Woo! The Bucs are up for the first time since their opening drive of the game.
They pulled it off. We never would have thought the whole game they would have pulled it off.
Again. Oh my God.
Rachaad White, the newest rookie hero, making the game-winning touchdown grab.
Right? Another rookie with a touchdown. Oh, man. Rachaad White with just a quick little route. Nice play design, too, because, like, even if he gets stopped short, like, you have enough time to call the timeout. Man.
Yeah.
Brady does it again.
Hugging Leftwich on the sidelines after.
Oh, man.
It's Tom Brady's second win after trailing by 13-plus points in the fourth quarter, going back to the Super Bowl against the Falcons.
This guy loves comebacks. Camarda kicks it out of bounds for a touchback, so we will see a game of crazy laterals and everything else in between. Let's get to some comments. I love winning, but hate seeing Leftwich still on this team. Should not have to be so dramatic. I'm with you, but enjoy it. Enjoy it. They squeaked by a team they should have blown out.
What's the fun of blowing out a team?
Yeah, Josh Wells played better than Donovan Smith today. I like this one by Horam. We don't need a game plan. We need Tom Brady. Yes, no blitzing. All right. They throw it out here. They chuck it across the other side of the field. JTS gets his hands on it. Landry to Kamara. Kamara heading downfield. None of the Bucs want to actually catch it. He's finally tackled by Logan Ryan, and the Bucs win the ball game. Ladies and gentlemen, the Tampa Bay Bucs make a crazy fourth quarter comeback and defeat the New Orleans Saints 17-16. They sweep the season series against their huge rival, the Saints. Bucs are at 6-6. That gives them essentially a 2-game lead in the division, having the division tiebreaker by going 3-1 over the Falcons. An unbelievable performance by the Bucs. As Brian says, how is that possible? That right there was priceless. What a comeback. Gary says, haha, suck it, Saints. Yeah, a crazy game. Brady tonight made chicken salad out of you know what. So, and Mr. Wright says, playoffs, baby, this is our year. Well, maybe they'll make the playoffs. We'll see from that. Adam, any last words before we head on out of here?
Just incredible the way that they were able to really turn the tide, right the ship.
Yeah,
make it a comeback.
Truly crazy. All right, that's gonna do it for us. Stay tuned for the Pewter post game show. coming up in a little bit with myself and Scott Reynolds. So for Adam, I'm Matt saying thanks everybody for watching. Congrats on the Bucs win. And we will see you next time for another edition of the Pewter GameDay Show. Out.